Chapter 984. At the entrance of the Law Department's main hall, several members of the A5 team were waiting. Seeing Zhou Kuei walk out, they hurriedly greeted him. "Captain, what did the department head say? What punishment did Liu Ye receive?" "He'll have to be whipped. The taste of the defiant dragon thorn isn't pleasant." The few of them spoke one after another. Only the law cultivator noticed something wrong with Zhou Kuei's expression and frowned. "Captain, the department head didn't uphold justice for you?" Zhou Kuei slowly shook his head. "It wasn't him." "What?" "Liu Ye was drinking tea at the department head's place for half an hour. It wasn't him who attacked me," Zhou Kuei said. The others were extremely surprised. "Who else could it be?" Zhou Kuei shook his head. He also wanted to know who it was. While they were talking, Liu Ye leisurely walked out of the law department's main hall with a box of tea leaves in his hand. The members of the A5 team all looked at him. When Liu Ye walked past them, he paused and said, "Remember to send your captain to the medical hall for treatment later. The taste of the defiant dragon thorn, tsk. He walked further and further away. The group was puzzled. The law cultivator vaguely sensed something and said, "Captain, he means," Zhou Kuei smiled bitterly. "The department head said I was spreading rumors and slandering my colleagues. He fined me 1 month's salary and 10 lashes in the prison." Hearing this, the corners of their eyes twitched. Obviously, they recalled the pain of being whipped a few days ago. Captain had just recovered from his injuries, and now he was going to be whipped again. Then it was over. Zhou Kuei returned to his own courtyard. Before he walked a distance, he activated his spiritual core and flew straight towards the law department. "I want to try. The connection between my original body and my doppelganger isn't any weaker." Just now, when the doppelganger was in the law department's main hall and the original body went to attack Bao Yun, the two were 200 meters apart. The original body could still sense everything on the doppelganger's side and whether there was any coordination. If there was a problem 200 meters away, what about 700 or 1,000 meters away? A short distance would cut off the connection between the original body and the doppelganger? Zhou Kuei knew, but he would know after trying. He sped all the way towards the law department. Soon, Bao Yun noticed another problem. This was not because the Avatar's spirit core was being consumed. Once the Avatar's spirit core was used up, there would be no way to maintain it. How could an Avatar replenish Bao Yun's energy? Later on, he had considered this problem, which led to the clone being equipped with a Pan-Shan saber. He didn't carry any spirit stones or leave. He found a heavenly secret business alliance in the distance, borrowed the heavenly secret pillar, and spent some contribution points to buy some Liu Ye. Arriving at a place with people, Zhou Kuei activated the power of the talent tree with a thought. Immediately, roots that could not be seen with the naked eye extended from the center of his palm. They retreated into the leaves and very slowly absorbed one of Bao Yun's spirit pills. He could vaguely sense that the spiritual core in his clone's body had been replenished. Avatars could replenish their spiritual cores. This was to be expected. The foundation of an avatar was the combination of a split shadow and the Bingdi lotus, and the avatar didn't have any roots of the talent tree. Since there were no roots, the talent tree's power could be activated to replenish Bao Yun's energy. Zhou Kuei was pleased. This way, as long as he wanted to, he could maintain the avatar forever. He couldn't even fight with others. As for how much of the original body's strength the avatar could unleash, he hadn't tested it yet. This matter could be put aside for now. He had to confirm the distance first. In the process of flying, Zhou Kuei also tried to activate all kinds of spirit patterns. He found that all of them were easy to use and there wasn't any difficulty. It seemed that the avatar didn't have all the abilities of the original body, and even a divine ocean realm cultivator couldn't distinguish the real from the fake. Such an avatar was probably beyond the comprehension of the cultivators of the 4 continents. 700 miles, 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, Zhou Kuei kept flying backward and stopped. He felt that his spirit core had been depleted, so he used the leaves to replenish it. The connection between the original body and the avatar was still as tight as before. It was necessary to try again. Bao Yun didn't feel that as long as they were in the same world, the connection between the original body and the avatar would be cut off. As for what would happen if they were in the same world, there was a way to confirm it. But Zhou Kuei faintly felt that if they were in the same world, if the connection between them would be cut off, it would be easy to say if the avatar could still be maintained. There was a way to try it. The avatar rushed back to Haotian City. The original body was refining the explosive fire spiritual stone. A month's supply would be delivered a few days later. Since he was free now, he naturally had to prepare for the next batch, so that he wouldn't have to rush. Moreover, he might use the explosive fire spiritual stone, so Zhou Kuei didn't mind refining less. While he was busy, there was suddenly no sound of clothes fluttering, as if no one had landed in the courtyard. Then, a familiar voice came, "Eldest junior brother, you're here." Zhou Kuei was stunned for a moment, but he reacted slowly. He quickly got up and pushed the door open. There were 8 figures standing in the courtyard, 2 women and 1 man. The one in the lead was a handsome man with a head of white hair and close-fitting long clothes with red clouds on a white background. It made him look like an immortal, and there was a small wine gourd at his waist. Just his handsome and confident appearance alone could be found in the entire 4 provinces. It was Xiaoxinghe. On my right, Feng Yuechan looked left and right. On my left, there was a tower-like giant armor. His body was as strong as a fierce beast. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the 8 people all turned to look. 7 eyes met, and Zhou Kuei exclaimed in surprise, "Seventh senior brother." The door of the room next to him also opened, and Bao Yunfang walked out. Then Yi and Hu Pa heard the noise. "Senior sister Feng." Yi shouted excitedly and pounced toward Bao Yunfang. On the battlefield, the 2 men had only been together for a short time, so they were unfamiliar with each other. They hadn't seen each other for several months, so they naturally missed each other. Hu Pa followed Yi and rushed toward Giant Armor. Giant Armor reached out and grabbed Hu Pa in his palm. After rubbing it, Hu Pa closed his eyes comfortably. Usually, besides Zhou Kuei and Yi, Hu Pa was the closest to Giant Armor. 8th senior brother. Bao Yunfang looked at Li Baxian and bowed. Li Baxian nodded slightly and looked up and down at Xiaoxinghe. "True Lake?" "True Lake," Xiaoxinghe replied. It was because he had reached the True Lake realm that he left the spirit energy battlefield and came to Grand Sky City. "You have to speed up your cultivation. Eldest junior brother's cultivation is too slow. He has left you all behind." "What's eldest junior brother's cultivation now?" Xiaoxinghe asked. Feng Yuechan also looked over curiously. Zhou Kuei slightly pushed his spirit core. Xiaoxinghe was dumbfounded. How did he cultivate? We only met a few months ago, so how did he reach the True Lake realm? That kind of growth speed was too terrifying. As early as in the spirit energy battlefield, I noticed that Zhou Kuei's growth speed was very slow, and I was still trying to catch up. But now, it seems that even though my cultivation speed is fast, I am still far behind Zhou Kuei. Feng Yuechan also exclaimed, "Junior brother Lu is really amazing. Even if you came from a 7th grade sect and had seen many outstanding talents, compared to Zhou Kuei, these people were like the light of a firefly compared to the brilliance of the moon. I have obtained a lot of merit recently, so my cultivation speed is a little slow," Bao Yun said while looking in front of them. Feng Yuechan understood and giggled. "Is junior brother Lu looking for junior sister Hua Ci? Junior sister Hua Ci still hasn't come out of the spirit energy battlefield." Even though it was expected, he was still not disappointed. It was the same back in the Cloud River battlefield. Hua Ci obviously did not have the ability to break through to the Cloud River realm, but she suppressed her cultivation and cultivated in the 10,000 poison forest. Only when the 10,000 poison forest was about to disappear did she hurriedly break through and retreat to the spirit energy battlefield. It seems that it is the same now. The spirit energy battlefield does not have an environment like the 7 poisons pool, so Hua Ci naturally has to make good use of it. Your cultivation method is too similar to that of an abnormal cultivator. Your thirst for spiritual aura is very small. Even the spirit lot is of little significance to you. On the contrary, ordinary environments like the forest of 1,000 poisons and the 7 poisons pool are extremely unhelpful to you. Although you are suppressing your cultivation now, as long as you leave the spirit energy battlefield, your cultivation will definitely increase rapidly. Feng Yuechan said, Junior Sister Hua Ci wants you to pass a message to him. Cultivate well and protect yourself. Bao Yun's eyes twitched. Don't cause trouble. Feng Yuechan pursed her lips and smiled. There were no stone tables or stools in the courtyard, so they all sat down. Have you gone to pay respects to the headmaster? Li Baxian asked. Xiao Xinghe nodded and said, I just came from the old man's place. If I did, you would know that eldest junior brother lives there. Turning his head to look at Zhou Kuei, he said, Eldest junior brother, the headmaster's intention is for you all to come and seek refuge with him. The old man said that he is now the captain of the law department's disciplinary hall, and there are 8 empty spots in the team. Those 8 vacancies are reserved for senior brother. Eldest junior brother, you're so considerate. I'll thank you here. Xiao Xinghe laughed. When I set off for that place, I was still thinking about where I would be assigned after entering the State Guard. It was only when I met the headmaster that I found out that Zhou Kuei's side still hadn't been assigned. My heart immediately calmed down. Bao Yun then asked about the situation at Huitian Valley's Spirit Land. I learned that a batch of disciples from our sect had advanced in Spirit Qi and retreated to Bao Yun's battlefield. Now they were cultivating at Huitian Valley's Spirit Land. Most of our sect's disciples were now at the Cloud River realm. Since we didn't have the first batch to advance in Baoyun, there wouldn't be a 7th batch or an 8th batch. When the time comes, it would definitely be broken. Presumably, our sect would be able to quickly recover in a few years. I had personally built Huitian Valley's Spirit Land, and there was no wolf pack guarding it, so there was no need to worry too much. The disciples could cultivate peacefully outside after arriving at Bao Yun's battlefield. When their cultivation improved, they could go out and explore to increase their ability to protect themselves. I had come from the Spirit Qi battlefield alone, so I naturally knew how difficult it was to go out alone. I had experienced that kind of hardship myself, so I wanted to let the juniors who came to experience it again. Has 7th senior brother been to the recruitment department? Bao Yun asked. Xiao Xinghe shook his head. I went to pay respects to the old man as soon as I arrived here. Then, I came here before, so I didn't have time to report to the recruitment department. Bring you guys there. Zhou Kuei stood up and called out. He also went to the law enforcement department to report to Qian Yudang. The team members he had been waiting for were here. Chapter 985. He led Li Baxian and the others to the soldier recruitment department, registered them, assessed their military merits, confirmed their military ranks, and received their guard badges. The entire process was a walk in the park. They didn't have much military merits before, so they only received the military rank of Guowei. This was also the military rank that most true lake stage newcomers receive. The military rank was related to the monthly salary. Guowei's monthly salary was only 10,000 military merits, which couldn't be compared to Lu Ye's military rank. The monthly salary of Guowei was 30,000, and Lu Yi received double the monthly salary, which was 60,000 military merits every month. This was also the condition that Gan Wudong agreed on when he asked him to be the leader. Lu Yi thought that all the captains were like this, but when he chatted with King Gung Wu a while ago, he realized that wasn't the case. In the entire disciplinary hall, he was the only one who received double the monthly salary. He was also the only one who had his own residence in vast Sky City. The other captains didn't even have a fixed residence. Only Divine Ocean Stage cultivators were qualified to have their own residence in vast Sky City. Lu Yi finally understood that the condition that Gan Wudong gave him wasn't set by the disciplinary hall's rules, but by himself. Gan Wudong's intention was to tempt him to be the leader, and then insert Lin Yinxiu into his team. It could be said that he put a lot of thought into it. They had already reported to the Soldier Recruitment Department, and according to the normal procedure, the Soldier Recruitment Department would transfer the new guards to the various mountain passes that needed manpower within 3 days. Thus, Xiying had Xiao Xinghe lead us around vast Sky City, while she slowly rushed to the Law Division's small hall to meet Gan Yudang. She asked Gan Yudang to transfer Lin Yinxiu and the others out of the Law Division, and then transfer them back to her own team. In the small hall, Zhu Jia saw Gan Yudang and stated his intentions. Gan Yudang laughed. He uses people only because of his family. Xiying's team had been lacking 8 people, and seeing that I didn't show any signs of recruiting, Gan Yudang knew that I was waiting for someone. As for who I was waiting for, Gan Yudang was also vague, and only then did he confirm it. Little one, although your 7th senior brother and I have only just advanced to the true lake stage, each of us has a deep foundation and can fight above our level. Although our cultivation is higher now, given some time, it won't be a problem for us to lower our cultivation. Moreover, you're familiar with us, so it'll be easier for you to cooperate with us when we carry out the mission. Qian Yudang nodded and said, "You have heard of Pill Heart Sex Lin Yinxiu and Feng Yuechan. You also know about our foundation. This martial king doesn't have any abilities? For him to think so highly of you. Seeing I'm gifted. Do you dare to guarantee that no body cultivator in the same level as me has a weaker physique than me?" Qian Yu's expression changed. Really? Of course. Giant Armor nodded seriously. You've seen it with your own eyes. Even body cultivators from first-grade sects pale in comparison to martial kings. Body cultivator, Dharma cultivator, sword cultivator, armament cultivator, and ghost cultivator are all gone. The allocation is appropriate, and he has considered it thoroughly. Since that's the case, I'll grant him permission. Don't thank me. Giant Armor cupped his fist. Even though she knew that Qian would not reject her request, Xiying heaved a sigh of relief when she heard me agree to it. Now that his team is broken, let's call it Team D4. Yes. The teams of the disciplinary hall were not numbered to facilitate the completion and handover of missions. Naturally, Giant Armor's team had always been numbered. Giant Armor had also asked Gung Xiying about this, so she was naturally vague. Whether a team's number was highly ranked or not was related to the overall strength of the team. Naturally, Xiying had no objections to Team D4's number. Qian Yudang signed another order and handed it to Giant Armor. Bring this order to the Military Supply Department and you can receive a set of treasures specifically used by the Law Enforcement Hall. However, he must remember that these treasures are extremely easy to refine. Try not to lose them. Yes. Giant Armor replied. The so-called treasures used by the disciplinary hall included the 8 elements restriction Lu Yi. Giant Armor had only used that item once. It required the cooperation of 8 people. When activated, it could restrict the flow of spiritual energy within a certain range. It was specially used to capture people. However, Giant Armor felt that this item was not of much use. Because the members of the disciplinary hall were all at the true lake realm, ordinary targets could be their opponents, so they needed to use the 8 elements restriction Lu Yi. The only one who could win against an entire team was Li Baxian, a small cultivator. The 8 elements restriction Lu Yi did not have any effect on Li Baxian's spiritual sense. Previously, he had suffered such a loss at the Immortal Dawn Mountain. When Ning Hu activated his spiritual sense, he instantly broke through the 8 elements restriction Xiying's restraint. However, since it was a setup for the disciplinary hall, he naturally wanted it for free. It was said that he would not have the chance to use it at any time. After leaving the small hall of the law department, he rushed towards the military supply department. When he arrived at the military supply department, he handed over the warrant signed by Qian Yudang and successfully received a set of 8 elements restriction Lu Yi. He then rushed back to his own courtyard and distributed the 8 elements restriction Lu Yi. As he distributed, he suddenly realized that one was missing. Where's Si Ying-chan? Giant Armor then realized that the Divine Ocean Realm cultivator had not shown up. Yi shook her head, indicating that she knew where Si Ying-chan had gone. When Jing Qi was searching, he saw the Divine Ocean Realm cultivator rushing over from afar. He landed in the courtyard and said happily, "Captain, did you hear that our team has no new members? Obviously, you heard about it from Qian Yudang and knew what he was busy with, so you quickly rushed back." Seeing then introduced the two sides. Since they were on the same team, it was naturally better for strangers to introduce themselves. Among the people present, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivator was the weakest. A first-order True Lake Realm cultivator would be considered a mistake. Lin Yin Xiu and the others all called her senior sister Lin. The Divine Ocean Realm cultivator's eyelashes curled up as he heard this. Usually, Seeing would call you by your name. When had she not been called senior sister? In a good mood, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivator proposed, "Captain, why don't we go and hold a welcoming party for Junior Brotherly? It can be considered as a celebration for our team's establishment." Wrong suggestion. Seeing nodded. "Let's go to the 100 Fragrances Pavilion?" The warrior at the Spirit Sea Realm cheered and led the way. Si Ying-chan and the others, who had never met you before, were all stunned by your childish behavior. They felt that it was a bit too early to call you senior sister. A moment later, everyone arrived at the 100 Fragrances Pavilion. What made Si Ying extremely surprised was that the 100 Fragrances Pavilion was not open today. The small door was tightly shut. Thinking about the next time they gathered outside to fight, Zhu Jia frowned and contacted Gung Ling Saw to ask about the situation. Soon, he received a reply. According to Gung Ling Saw, Shen Manzi had no intention of transferring the management of the 100 Fragrances Pavilion before the next incident, so it was not open for business for a few days. He wants to misunderstand, not because of you. This matter is not a small matter, it's just that Manzi is willing to work so hard. Now, you are ready to join your team and work with you in the law enforcement hall. Gung Ling Saw's team had always lacked a member, so it was perfect for Shin Manzi to join and leave. "Yi, is he going to treat us?" Gung Ling Saw asked again. "Your 7th senior brother, we are here. We wanted to come to the 100 Fragrances Pavilion to welcome us. Did Seeing not introduce us?" Bai Yunjian is wrong. After asking for Bai Yunjian's location, Zhu Jia led everyone over. Just as they reached the door, a person came to greet them. He had a potbelly and was dressed luxuriously. He cupped his fists and asked, "May I ask if you are Lu Yi, fellow cultivator Lu?" "Yes." Zhu Jia was not curious about how this person knew him. "I am the shopkeeper of Bai Yunjian, Qian Ju Lai." The Divine Sea Realm cultivator chuckled. He felt that this person's name was really boring. Qian Ju Lai, he was really greedy for money. "Everyone, please come out. Fellow cultivator Gung Ling Saw has already greeted you and booked a room for you." Only then did Zhu Jia realize that he had seen this person before. How could he recognize him? So it was Gung Ling Saw who greeted him. It seemed that Gung Ling Saw was not famous in Grand Heaven City. "Thank you for the trouble." Zhu Jia called out to everyone and followed Qian Ju Lai inside. The small hall was very quiet. The tables were all full, and the young cultivators were chatting outside in low voices, exchanging toasts and toasting each other. "Bai Yunjian, is Tianji Business Alliance's property?" Seeing asked without thinking. The main reason was that Boss Qian looked like he could fight with others. Although I didn't have any cultivation, my physique showed that I was used to living like a prince. If I really wanted to fight with others, I would definitely be able to display the strength corresponding to my cultivation. In particular, only cultivators who did not come from Tianji Business Alliance would look like this. Qian Julai smiled. Fellow cultivator Lu has sharp eyes. Bai Yunjian is indeed Tianji Business Alliance's property. If fellow cultivator does not have a banquet today, please take care of the store. Since it's Ling Sua's recommendation, there's no problem. Zhu Jia agreed. Since he was working in Grand Heaven City, he had to attend banquet. It was also his fault that he did not have a suitable place to familiarize himself with. Under Qian Julai's guidance, they passed through the small hall and arrived at the wing in front. Everyone took their seat. Very slowly, delicately cooked food was served. There was no wine. They drank together. Slightly tipsy, the atmosphere gradually became quiet. Everyone drank to their heart's content. Even the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators and Feng Yuchan drank fewer cups. Even Hupa drank more. It was mainly because he saw that the Martial King was having a hard time drinking, so he wanted to have a taste. As a result, he felt something in his stomach after a few cups and thought that his alcohol tolerance was amazing. By the time the alcohol surged, he was already dizzy and lying on his back. It was not until the stars filled the sky that everyone left Bai Yunjian. The hot wind blew and most of their drunkenness dissipated. Returning to the courtyard, they each found an empty room and went to rest. When Zhu Jia chose the courtyard as his residence, he had considered this matter. There were not many rooms there, enough to satisfy the needs of the 8 of them. In the room, Zhu Jia sat cross-legged and dispelled his drunkenness. He continued to refine exploding fire spirit stones while silently perfecting his plan. Now that the team is broken, 7th senior brother and I will rest for 2 days before we go to the hunting pavilion to pick up more missions. This way we can quickly earn merit points and improve our cultivation. During the day, Zhu Jia noticed that 8th senior brother Xiao Xing, his cultivation, had yet to break through to the 7th order True Lake realm. Obviously, this was the result of his recent cultivation with the spirit tag. Chapter 986. The door suddenly opened and the doppelganger sneaked in. Yi, who was cultivating beside Lu Yi, quickly opened her eyes. Under the moonlight, Lu Yi entered with a saber, raised a finger to his lips, and quickly closed the door. He looked at the doppelganger in a daze and then at Lu Yi. She was dumbfounded. There were 2 Lu Yis. More importantly, she had been with Lu Yi for so long, but she couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. Hu Po, who had seen this scene during the day, was once again enraged. He turned around and hid behind Yi, covering his eyes with his claws. The doppelganger sat cross-legged in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi took the mountain plate saber from him and pressed it on the doppelganger's chest, urging the power of his talent tree. The roots extended and stabbed into the doppelganger. In the blink of an eye, the lifelike doppelganger turned into nothingness. The spiritual energy, vital energy, and even the broken root of the talent tree that had been consumed to condense the doppelganger were all taken back, leaving only a pile of clothes on the spot. Lu Yi put them away. When Lu Yi was done, Yi asked in surprise, Lu Yi, what's going on?" Lu Yi naturally wouldn't hide it from her. If there was one person in the world who knew all his secrets, it was undoubtedly Yi. "This is a doppelganger technique, a new ability I comprehended. Why does it look like the real thing?" Yi exclaimed. Lu Yi smiled. "In a sense, it's no different from the real thing." "Amazing." Yi's eyes lit up. She grabbed Zhou Kuei's arm and said coquettishly, "Let me use it again." "That's fine." Zhou Kuei agreed. The main reason was that the newly formed doppelganger's body was completely naked, so it was too elegant to look at. Naturally, it could be used behind Yi. I casually found an excuse. "The consumption is small. I didn't have a chance to show it to him before." Yi wasn't disappointed, but she still nodded obediently. Okay. Cultivate. Zhou Kuei patted her head. As soon as he said that, Wei Ling didn't move. Zhou Kuei's expression turned serious, and he hurriedly checked. There was no movement from Wei Ling, so there was only one possibility. The one who went down the peak did not receive the order to go up. That kind of thing was very slow. After some investigation, I discovered that it was Qian Yudang who told me to immediately rush to the law department's small hall. At that time, when he asked her to go to the small hall of the law department, Shu Lian vaguely felt that something was wrong. Go out for a while, Shu Lian said as she stood up and pushed the door open. Many years later, Shu Lian stepped into the brightly lit law department's small hall. Gan Yudang stood outside with his hands behind his back, his brows furrowed. He was clearly waiting for me. I'm your humble servant. Zhou Kuei cupped his fist. Yesterday, Nightingale reported that there were some strange movements on the misty cliff of Mt. It seems that there are no ferocious beasts there. Originally, the A7 squad had accepted the mission during the day and was about to investigate the situation, but this incident delayed them. Zhou Kuei was naturally vague about what had happened. Could it be that the captain of Team A7, Ling Zhou, had been beaten up by some mysterious person? Then, he had come to the law division to slander him and was punished. Now that the spirit boat should be recuperating for a few days, it would probably not be able to lead a team to carry out a mission in the near future. That's what I mean. It was originally an urgent matter. There are very few ferocious beasts in the 4 provinces, including the military province. Nightingale reported the situation clearly, so it didn't matter if it was delayed for a few days. But just now, Nightingale's Nest sent a message saying that Nightingale, who reported the situation, had contacted us. Nightingale's Nest was an organization in the law department that was responsible for managing nightingales in all regions. The information reported by Nightingales was also organized by Nightingale's Nest. Zhou Kuei had dealt with people from Nightingale's Nest before, because it was an organization directly under the head of the law department. If others interfered, it would be a crime. Some people even knew who were members of Nightingale's Nest. Zhou Kuei raised his eyebrows slightly. Nightingale had just discovered something normal, so she suddenly contacted us. Obviously, there was nothing abnormal. Is Nightingale alive or dead? She's still alive for the time being. It was very difficult to determine whether a person was alive or dead. It was easy to tell by looking at whether my mark on the battlefield had dissipated. If Nightingale's mark hadn't dissipated, it meant that I was still alive. He doesn't have the ability to find people. It's best to leave that matter to him, Gan Yuding said. Only then did Zhou Kuei understand why I had chosen him when there were so few teams in the law department. It turned out that I wanted to look at his tracking disc. Afterward, I had made up my mind to use the tracking disc to complete the mission as much as possible so that I wouldn't consume too little energy. However, things didn't go as I wished. Furthermore, the reason why that mission fell into my hands was because I had found the source. Originally, Team A7 had accepted the mission and was preparing to carry it out. However, when they were 200 meters away from Grand Sky City, the spirit boat was beaten up. I didn't have any thoughts of rejecting the mission. After all, a mission was a mission, and there was no punishment if it was completed. Although I had originally planned to let 7th Senior and the others rest for 2 days less, since there was no mission, there was naturally a reason to rest. Make a trip and find Nightingale. Check on my situation. Also, check the fog cliff of Mount Me. If there are no ferocious beasts, kill them. Zhou Kuei accepted the order and asked, "What's Nightingale's name?" Gan Yudang said a name, and Shu Lian silently noted it down. I then said, "Pay attention to your surroundings. If you encounter a weak enemy, immediately send a message to you." "Yes. Go." Gan Yudang waved his hand. Zhou Kuei turned around and walked out of the small hall, quickly returning to his courtyard. Landing in the courtyard, Zhou Kuei said, "Everyone, there are no more missions." The doors of Team A7's rooms were quickly opened, and figures rushed out. Shu Liangui smiled. "So slow and there are no more missions?" I roughly knew how the enforcement hall worked. Since there were no missions, it meant that there was no chance to obtain battle merit. For a new true Lake Realm guard like me, battle merits naturally weren't what I lacked. "Captain, what mission?" Feng Yuechan asked. Normally, you would call Shu Lian Jr. Marshal Brother Liu. Now that she was a member of Team A4, Feng Yuechan quickly adjusted her position and learned from Lin Yinxiu to call Zhou Kuei captain. "Let's talk as we walk." Zhou Kuei summoned Shu Lian, who was specially prepared for the team. Everyone stepped down slowly. Under Lin Yinxiu's control, the leaf charged through the night sky and turned into a stream of light. Under Lu Yi, Shu Lian looked at the 10-point map while explaining the content of the mission. Chen Tianxue was shocked. "Mist Cliff?" Zhou Kuei looked up at me. "7th Senior Marshal Brother, you know that place?" Chen Tianxue smiled. "That place is about 1,000 kilometers away from Pil Heart Sect. Technically speaking, it's under Pil Heart Sect's jurisdiction. There's no Qin family outside. They're Pil Heart Sect's upper sect, and their ancestors used to be Pil Heart Sect's disciples." "What a coincidence! Senior Marshal Brother, you don't know much about Mist Cliff?" Chen Tianxue shook his head. "I've been there before, but I know too much about it." I turned to look at Feng Yuechan. "Chan, do you know?" Feng Yuechan said, "You heard from my mother that Mist Cliff is called Mist Cliff because it's covered in thick fog all year round. It's so deep that you can't see the bottom. My mother said that there's nothing weird about the thick fog. It seems to be able to block divine sense. Hence, even divine sea realm experts are willing to retreat to this place. In the early years, no divine sea realm cultivators infiltrated this place to investigate, but they didn't find any places to go up. It's possible that there aren't any beasts living here. If there aren't any beasts living here, then it's definitely too bad." "It's just a small trip," Zhou Kuei said. Everyone nodded solemnly. Zhou Kuei took out the tracking disc that he had bought from the War Merit Pavilion. He was about to use it to check Nightingale's exact location when Wei Ling didn't respond. Zhou Kuei quickly checked. A moment later, he looked like he had something to say. "What's wrong?" Xiao Xinghe asked. "Nightingale contacted him. I heard that he's at a critical moment in his cultivation. He replied soon. That saved him a tracking disc. It was a good thing. Now that Nightingale had contacted him, this matter was easy to handle. When they arrived, they just needed to contact Nightingale and investigate the Mist Cliff. They could find any beasts that might exist here and kill them." Lu Ye's speed was still very slow. The team was now full. They had to take turns and stop all the way. In less than a day, they arrived at Mtmi. "This isn't Mist Cliff." Feng Yuechan pointed up. Zhou Kuei looked down and saw the thick fog rolling above. He could see 7 fingers if he stretched out his hand. Even the scorching sun could penetrate the fog. It was indeed amazing. "Go up," Zhou Kuei ordered. Feng Yuechan, who was riding Lu Yi, immediately controlled Shu Lian to go up. After a while, the 8 of them appeared at the edge of the Mist Cliff. Zhou Kuei had already sent Wei Ling a message and was waiting for Nightingale to come. At the same time, dozens of miles away in the Chun clan. In a small hall, the Chun clan patriarch, Li Baxian, sat still as if waiting for something. The Chun clan's grade was low, only reaching the 8th grade. It was much worse than the Immortal Dawn Mountain that Zhou Kuei had been to before. As the patriarch of the Chun clan, Li Baxian's cultivation was mediocre, not even reaching the 4th order true lake realm. His cultivation could not be considered the weakest above the divine sea realm. Little Elder Chun Lai hurried over and cupped his fists. "Patriarch, Nightingale sent a message. The people from the law enforcement hall are here." Li Baxian nodded lightly. The law enforcement hall's actions are sometimes slow. "Since they're here, act according to the plan. Let us watch a good show and send us away quickly. Yes. Chun Lai responded and sent a message out. Shu Lian snorted. They're so careless. They actually let a big nightingale notice. If it weren't for the High Lord not having any means to stop them, I'm afraid they would have ended up in trouble. Chun Lai said, They haven't been rewarded yet. These are all useful things. They'll do it again in the past. It's best if they don't have a past. Otherwise, if the High Lord blames them, no one will be able to bear it. Li Baxin said angrily, but he didn't feel any heartache. The High Lord's methods have no limits. It's a waste to use them on a nightingale. Our matters were intentionally exposed by a nightingale. The Chun clan could only quickly capture Nightingale, but they didn't dare to kill her. The main reason was that once Nightingale died, the Law Division would definitely investigate to the end. At that time, the Chun clan would be able to get away with it. They could only use the methods left behind by the High Lord. Chapter 987. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario didn't happen. Nightingale was also subdued. As long as we do the right thing this time, there shouldn't be a problem, Chun Lai said. Chun Tianxue nodded slightly and asked casually, Which team from the disciplinary hall came this time? There's no news for now. Nightingale is on her way to meet them. We'll know when she meets them. Report at any time. Chun Tianxue ordered indifferently, but he was secretly vigilant. He hoped it wasn't one of the more troublesome teams. The secret under the fog cliff couldn't be exposed. While waiting at the edge of the fog cliff, Lu Yi said, You wait here. I'll go down and take a look. I'll go with you. Li Baxin stepped forward. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and agreed. The two jumped into the thick fog one after the other. The moment they entered the fog, the surrounding light disappeared and was replaced by darkness. Lu Yi slowed down while sensing Li Baxin's position. At first, there was nothing abnormal, but as the two dived deeper, Lu Yi found that his perception seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. He couldn't sense Li Baxin's existence anymore. He hurriedly urged his divine sense and immediately found that Feng Yuechan was right. The fog here had a mysterious suppression on divine sense. The deeper they went, the more obvious the suppression. After diving for less than 100 feet, Lu Ye's expression changed and he whispered, Fourth senior brother. Magnetic field. Li Baxin's voice came from nearby, sounding surprised. It couldn't be helped. The spiritual power flowing in their bodies showed signs of being suppressed. This was clearly the work of the magnetic field. Lin Yinxiu only sensed the magnetic field, but the flying sword didn't have divine sense. Although it was constantly suppressed, it felt even more vaguely than me. Dust particles gathered in the thick fog, and the magnetic force field was emitted from those particles. Those particles were shockingly the dust of the magnetite ores. We can go further up, Chu Rongmao said. Simply having one's perception and divine sense suppressed wasn't too big of a problem. As long as one was vigilant enough, they could avoid some of the potential risk. However, the magnetic field wasn't the bane of cultivators. The higher they went, the less concentrated the magnetic field became. Once Lu Ye's divine sense was imprisoned, they would inevitably fall to the bottom of the cliff. Moreover, it wouldn't be safe at all, and even coming down would be troublesome. The strange thing was that even divine ocean realm cultivators were willing to enter that damned place. Spiritual power was the smallest advantage of the spirit sea realm, but that advantage was of no use here. With the existence of the magnetic field, such a place could not be considered a small danger zone. Go! The flying sword shouted. Taking advantage of the fact that Chu Rong was obviously suppressed, it flew down. Lin Yinxiu followed closely behind. A moment later, the two of them broke through the blockade of the thick fog and returned to the cliff. When he landed, he saw a cultivator wearing a mask standing to the side. It should be Nightingale. Chu Rong picked up the guard token at his waist and shook it. Chu Rong, 4th Squad of the Law Enforcement Hall. Greetings, little one. Nightingale saluted. Report his findings in detail. Chu Rong ordered. Nightingale then informed me of her findings. Yes, before I could finish my sentence, we suddenly heard cries of alarm and screams nearby. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw everything. The source of the sound was not far away. Judging from the sound, something must have happened. Let's go and take a look. As the flying sword spoke, it soared into the sky and flew over. Everyone followed closely behind. Nightingale's cultivation was the highest. She was at the true lake realm, so she was at the front. While someone was paying attention to me, she raised her hand and tapped on her battlefield imprint to send out a message. In the Chun family's small hall, the young elder Ling Qi raised his head and looked at Li Baxian. Nightingale sent a message. This time, 4th Squad is carrying out a mission. The leader is called Flying Sword. Li Baxian's heart was immediately put at ease. It's good that it's these teams. He suddenly reacted and looked up. What did he say the leader was called? Flying Sword. Ling Qi answered. Lu Ye from the Jade Blood sect? It should be me. Chu Rong nodded. You heard that I joined the law enforcement hall and caused a big disturbance in Haotian City. The news of several teams of the law enforcement hall gathering a crowd to fight had already spread throughout Haotian City. The communication between cultivators was extremely convenient, so it was natural that Ling Qi did not hear about it. Seeing Li Baxian's expression, Ling Qi asked curiously, Master knows me? You've seen him before. Chu Rong Mao shook his head. Yes. My lord has already ordered me to befriend this person at all costs if I meet him. Chu Rong was moved. My lord thinks so highly of me? My lord has never considered. Li Baxian looked excited. That's really a godsend opportunity. Originally, the Zhou family was almost exposed. Even if they made up for it beforehand, they would still be punished. But if they could befriend Lu Ye according to the Lord's order, and even enlighten him so that he could work for the Lord, it would definitely be a small merit. At that time, they would not be able to make up for it. The show should be over soon, right? Li Baxian asked. It's not bad. 8th Elder's Chun Liamong was sent out. It's enough for us to report. Chu Rong replied. It was not that he felt pity for Chun Liamong. 8th Elder had raised him for decades. That time, Chun Liamong's corpse would not be intact. With Chun Liamong's help, the strength of the 8 elders of the beast taming school would be reduced. But that was something that could be done. Nightingale had not reported whether there were any ferocious beasts here. If the law enforcement hall found something, they would definitely leave. They would only leave if they did not find a way to report to the Lord. Then, the secret on the fog cliff could be preserved. Although this secret could not be discovered by anyone, it was better to be safe than sorry. He personally went to invite Lu Ye over. I led the team to kill the ferocious beasts and saved your Chun family. Your Chun family should thank him. Ling Qi naturally knew Li Baxian's plan, and immediately accepted the order. Yes. At this time, Flying Sword and the others had not yet arrived at the source of the movement. Looking from afar, they saw a few figures running for their lives in the rear, shouting and yelling. In front of them, there was a giant python that was more than 10 feet long chasing after them. This giant python was very small, and its body was covered with green scales. The 2 sides of the snake's head were hidden and bulging. Its power was extraordinary. From afar, they could feel its ferocious aura. If such a giant python took a step back, it would most likely turn into a flood dragon. The giant python's abdomen was not bulging, and it looked like a human shape. Obviously, no one had encountered it and was swallowed alive. The few people who were still alive were scared out of their wit. In such a situation, they should have been running for their lives every year. However, those people were gathered together. Obviously, they were frightened and did not have the master of the 8 gods. The few cultivators' cultivation was also low, and they were all only at the spirit stream realm. They could even escape by flying, and their speed was even slower than Chun Liamong's. Just as the giant python opened its bloody mouth and was about to launch an attack, a sizzling sound suddenly rang out. Then, the flying sword slashed at the python's head one after another. Chu Rongmao took the lead. The sword cultivator's killing power was the weakest, and the speed of the giant armor was also the slowest. In the blink of an eye, it chopped at Chen Liamang's head. Sparks flew, and the green scales covering the python's body were extremely strong. They blocked the attack of the giant armor and did not cause any obvious injuries. However, the force of the collision still caused the giant python to stagger, and the spirit stream stage cultivators managed to avoid disaster by a hair's breadth. Before the flying sword rushed down, it stepped on Chen Liamang's head. Holding the Pan Shan saber, it stabbed at the python's head fiercely. Under the saber, a light flashed and the double-peak sharp spirit pattern supported it. When the saber fell, Chen Liamang obviously sensed the danger. Its head shook and its demonic aura surged, turning into a solid defense. The saber broke through the demonic aura protection and stabbed under Chen Liamang's head. It went half a foot into the flesh, but it could not move back. Chen Liamang was in pain, and the snake's tongue moved in and out of its mouth. It shook its head and wanted to throw the flying sword up. However, Bai Lin, who was rushing over, grabbed its tail with both hands and pulled it forward. The 30-meter-long giant python's body was pulled forward, and it fell to the ground. Lin Yin's sleeves floated in the air, and her giant armor appeared, turning into streaks of sword light that slashed upwards. Next to me, Feng Yuechan's expression was solemn, and she quickly formed exquisite techniques. Xiao Xinghe also rushed over, and took out his saber. Taking advantage of Chen Liamang's momentary struggle to get up, he slashed at the python's body, causing sparks to fly and blood to splatter. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared next to Chen Liamang's head. It was Chen Tianxue, and the short sword in his hand mercilessly stabbed at the python's eyes. In one strike, the python's eyes were intact. Chen Liamang was enraged, and it turned its head to bite at Chen Tianxue. In an instant, a fishy smell assaulted Chen Tianxue's face, and he slowly opened his eyes. Your body floated forward, and the Tsurong python's bloody mouth chased after you. It looked as if it wanted to bite you to death. A tower-like body suddenly appeared behind Tsurong Mao. Bai Lin's qi and blood surged. She squatted slightly, and her center of gravity shifted upwards. It was as if special roots had grown from her feet. The giant snake's head slammed into me, and Bai Lin moved. I suddenly raised my hand, and grabbed one of the fangs on Chen Liamang's lower jaw. My other hand grabbed the fangs on his upper jaw. With a roar, I suddenly spun, and the giant snake's body was shaken like a whip. It spun half a circle, and then fell heavily to the ground. Dust flew everywhere. However, everyone's attacks didn't stop. Lin Yin's giant armor, Feng Yuechan's techniques, and Chu Rong's and Xiao Xinghe's saber's attacks didn't break the python's body. Chen Liamang, who was thrown to the ground, wanted to raise his head, but Bai Lin had already stepped on his head, and she swung her fist at his head. Every time his fist landed, the small ground would tremble. No matter how much Chen Liamang struggled, he couldn't break free from the restraints of Chu Rong's foot. Chen Tianxue took advantage of the situation, and the short sword in his hand slashed at the Tsurong python's weak defense, stabbing it to his heart's content. At first, the Tsurong python resisted quite fiercely, but gradually, its movements became louder and louder, until it finally stopped breathing. As Bai Lin punched out, the head of the true Lake Realm Chen Liamang was split open. Chapter 988. The battle started quickly and ended quickly as well. In less than 20 breaths of time, such a ferocious demonic beast had been killed. The few spirit stream stage cultivators who had been rescued were dumbstruck, unable to regain their senses for a long time. It was only then that Nightingale finally arrived. Lu Yi stepped on the jade scale python and pulled out the mountain pan saber. He glanced at Ying. Is it this vicious beast? It should be. Ying nodded. Mission complete. This mission was much easier than the mission to find the person. It was mainly because the team of 6 cooperated seamlessly, and all 6 of them had decent strength. That was why they were able to take it down without any casualties. There was no need to rush back. To be safe, it would be better to patrol the surroundings. In any case, it wouldn't take too much time. As Lu Yi thought this, he suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. He saw a streak of light quickly flying over. Feeling the spiritual energy fluctuations, it was obviously a true lake realm cultivator. Lu Yi waved his hand without leaving a trace. Yin cupped her fists silently and quickly retreated, disappearing without a trace. Yi Ying's identity was extremely hidden. It was best not to show her face in front of others. Lu Yi didn't know who it was, but it was very likely that it was someone from a nearby sect or family who had noticed the commotion and came to investigate. A moment later, the person landed, revealing his figure. Lu Yi looked over and saw that it was a white-haired old man. Although he was old, his body was sturdy, and his vitality was abundant. It was obvious that he walked the path of a body cultivator. Great Elder! The Spirit Stream Realm cultivators who were still in shock cried out in grief. What happened? The old man asked. Among them, the younger ones calmed down and told him what had happened. You were following Senior Brother Wan to patrol the surroundings. When you passed by this place, this beast suddenly attacked and swallowed Senior Brother Wan whole. It also wanted to eat you. It was these people who saved you. As I spoke, I pointed to Mei Jian and the others. Hearing this, the old man became angry. Lu Yi, such a vicious beast actually appeared in your territory. Why didn't you notice it later? He had a pained expression. Turning around, he looked at Chun Lai and the others. This old man is Lu Yi, little elder Mei Jian. May I ask who you are? Chun Lai cupped his fists and said in a low voice, Law Enforcement Division, 4th Squad Chun Lai. The Chun family was shocked. The Law Enforcement Hall? Chun Lai explained, later on, when I received news that there were no ferocious beasts in this area, I came to investigate and happened to see this ferocious beast attacking people. I see. Chun Jia's expression turned anxious. I still have to thank everyone for saving the lives of you, Lu Yi, and a few other capable disciples. It is the Law Enforcement Hall's duty to punish evil and eradicate traitors. To the Hall of Justice, it's part of our duty, Mei Jian said. But to you, Lu Yi, and the other disciples, it's a life-saving grace. Turning to look at the cultivators, Mei Jian said, Take your time. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. After the cultivators hurriedly left, they sincerely expressed their thanks. Chun Lai waved his hand, indicating that he would definitely take it to heart. Back then, we came here to carry out a mission, but in the end, we were still one step too late, unable to save Senior Brother Wan's life. The Chun family said, I dare not forget the life-saving grace. If everyone wants to leave, can you, Lu Yi, let Mei Jian do the honors of a host? Little Elder is too polite. Your mission has been completed, so you can return after patrolling the surrounding area. If the mission was completed and they had to hurry back to hand in the mission and collect the merit points, they wouldn't have time to waste outside. If that's the case, all of you can immediately send a message to dispatch some people to casually investigate 100 kilometers away. If there's nothing out of the ordinary, immediately inform all of you. After all, this is your territory. Protecting the safety of the mortals in your territory is also your duty, Lu Yi. How could I dare to trouble the elites of the Law Enforcement Hall? The Chun family advised, although everyone's cultivation is ordinary, there are only 8 of you. If we leave this place to you, Lu Yi, there will definitely be a reason. What do you think? Mei Jian pondered for a moment and nodded. That's fine too. Under abnormal circumstances, the matters in a sect's territory were indeed the responsibility of the sect. Even if the law enforcement team didn't come on that trip, Lu Yi would still sit by and watch if the jade-scaled python caused trouble. He would definitely send the weaker members of the clan to suppress and kill it. letting Lu Yi inspect the situation in his territory to make sure there are no other ferocious creatures causing trouble will also save us some trouble. Moreover, it's already late. Although it won't affect the journey too much, it's still as convenient as during the day. It's too late to rest at Meijian for a night. Please. The Chun family extended his hand to invite them and immediately led the way. Chunlai nodded slightly and led everyone in front of the Chun family. After a short while, they arrived at Meijian's location. Like the Zhou family in Dingtian City, Lu Ye's location was at the foot of Mi Mountain, and the environment was even more noisy. Although there was a large difference in grade between Meijian and the Zhou family, the scale of Meijian was obviously smaller. There were continuous buildings at the foot of the mountain, all of which belonged to the Zhou family. The figures of various young cultivators could be seen everywhere. While leading the way, the Chun family explained the situation at Lu Ye's place to Meijian and the others, appearing very cold. However, the difference in age was still quite a bit. Moreover, their seniority was also the same. Furthermore, Chunlai was someone who could chat with others. He could only respond to 17 from time to time. The atmosphere was hot and cold at the same time. Soon, we arrived at a small hall. It should be Lu Ye's guest hall. Meijian and the others took their seat. Meijian said, "Everyone, please take a seat for a moment. Go and ask the family head to come over. Also, arrange for people to patrol." Chunlai had an objection. The Chun family left. After a while, Lu Ye's servant came to serve tea. After rushing all the way and fighting just now, Chunlai wasn't thirsty. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. As soon as the tea entered my stomach, my expression changed slightly. I raised my head and looked at Chen Tianxue. "Don't drink." Chen Tianxue hadn't brought the teacup to his mouth when he was surprised. "What's wrong?" The others also paused in their movements. "It's not poisonous." Chunlai closed his eyes and immersed himself in his talent tree. At that moment, a gray mist appeared under the tree. Just like that, I noticed that there was nothing wrong with my God's Lake. I quickly took a look. I saw that there was something missing from the God's Lake. It seemed to be a well-known bug. If Chunlai didn't have his divine sense, he wouldn't have noticed it. I also knew what kind of bug it was. Even the talent tree was able to burn it immediately. And it must have retreated into his body through the mouthful of tea just now. Meijian instantly understood. It wasn't poison outside the tea, but a foreign object. The talent tree did not have an extremely sensitive reaction to foreign objects that invaded its body, which was why it burned into a gray mist. When the bug got close to the God's Lake, a bunch of flames wrapped around it. Chunlai heard a sharp and shrill cry before the bug turned into nothing. The color of the flames that burned the bug was the same as the flames under the talent tree. It was obvious that the talent tree was showing its strength. Dang! Chen Tianxue was so frightened that he threw the teacup in his hand. Although he didn't know how Meijian tasted that the tea wasn't poisonous, he was always the most obedient one. He would do whatever the captain said. Chunlai opened his eyes and stood up. "Let's go." It was best to stay in a dangerous place. Just now, I didn't have a strange feeling because the law enforcement hall's reputation had always been very good. After all, they rarely did things that offended people. Sects and clans would always keep a respectful distance from them, but when it came to Lu Yi, they were coldly invited. Chunlai thought about it. After all, they had saved the lives of Lu Ye's disciples. It was natural for them to thank them. But now, it seemed that the so-called thank you was just a pretense. Lu Yi didn't have any plans to benefit us. I thought about it. What was Lu Yi doing? If we offended the disciplinary hall, we wouldn't have anything good to do. There was no need for such a small family to play with fire. This bug didn't have any use. Time was tight. Chunlai didn't have much time to think. I only knew that it was more important to leave. At the same time, in a secret room, a moon-reflecting plate showed the situation in the small hall. Chunlai and Lin Yinxiu were watching from outside, monitoring the small hall. Seeing Chen Lai take a sip of tea, Lin Yinxiu revealed a happy expression, as if a small victory had been decided. However, her happy expression slowly turned into astonishment. Chen Lai noticed the abnormality in the tea and quickly stood up. In front of me, a man smashed his teacup. "What's going on?" Chen Lai wasn't dumbfounded. The method given by the High Lord couldn't be noticed unless one was at the Divine Sea Realm. Even if Lu Ye didn't have the ability, he should have noticed it. For example, this Nightingale. Before she was captured, she was obedient. Now, although Nightingale was still a member of the Law Division, in reality, she was one of us. But there were all kinds of signs. Our methods have been exposed to Chen Lai. We can leave. Lin Yinxiu's reaction was faster than Chen Lai's. Before she realized it, she took out a jade pendant and poured spiritual energy into it. In an instant there was a buzzing sound. The small formation has been activated. Bring people to stop us. No matter what, we can leave and we can send a message. Except for Lu Ye, kill everyone else. Lin Yinxiu slowly ordered. Yes. Mei Jian responded and hurriedly flashed out. Lin Yinxiu's forehead was covered in sweat. She felt that today's small matter was wonderful. The main thing was that I didn't expect Mei Jian to be so vigilant. He didn't notice the abnormality in the tea. The people that the High Lord valued couldn't be underestimated. Although it was chaotic, Lu Ye hadn't drunk the tea yet. This thing shouldn't have hatched yet. In this case, Lu Ye was one of us. As long as the other 7 people had a chance to send a message, they could kill us outside. There was no way to turn the situation around. Thoughts flashed in her mind. Lin Yinxiu wiped the sweat from her forehead. She raised her hand and tapped on her battlefield imprint to send a message. Please report to the High Lord. At the same time, in a secluded place in the War Province, the lake rippled and the autumn water rippled. By the lakeside there were 2 straw huts. There were no women fishing by the lakeside. Even after fishing for a long time, there were no fish. I was also relaxed. I just sat under the chair with a leisurely expression. Beside the woman, there was no man with an enchanting figure standing quietly. I knew that he had been standing there for a long time, but he didn't look impatient. He often looked at the side of the woman's face. The man's eyes were full of love. Chapter 989. On the shore of the lake, there was a peaceful atmosphere. Under the night sky, a gentle breeze blew through the girl's hair. She closed her eyes comfortably. Suddenly, she frowned and revealed a trace of displeasure. She lowered her head to check her battlefield imprint. She didn't know which blind person disturbed her at such a time. Soon, her expression changed. What's the matter? The fishing man's voice came from behind her. The girl looked up at him and reported carefully, Senior, Lu Ye brought the enforcement hall team to the Chen family. The Chen family's patriarch, Chen Tianchue, enlightened him. Ka Cha, the fishing rod in the senior's hand, was suddenly crushed. He turned to look at the girl and shouted angrily, "How dare he!" Although his voice wasn't loud, his expression was extremely fierce. The girl quickly knelt on one knee. "Senior, please calm down. You can't do anything right." The senior was obviously annoyed by Chen Tianchue's actions. Enlightened? For the past few decades, he had been planning something big enough to overturn the current situation of the 9 states. For this, he needed to wait for a special person. Unfortunately, after so many years, he hadn't found a suitable candidate until the sudden rise of the Jade blood sex Lu Ye. This made him realize that Lu Ye should be the person he was waiting for. That was why he gave the order to befriend Lu Ye at all costs. But his order was to befriend him, not enlighten him, because once enlightened, even if Lu Ye obeyed them, he would lose his value. It should be. The man replied with fear, but for some reason, the Spirit Sea Realm cultivator seemed to have noticed something and was about to leave Xiao Shui. So what if I noticed something? The senior was surprised. How could I have noticed it? If it wasn't Chen Tianchue, it would be impossible for him to notice it. According to the information I received, He had just reached the 7th order true lake realm after a long time. How could a spirit sea realm cultivator not have the ability? Xiao Xiefeng also understood. I sent a message to ask how to deal with this matter. The senior was silent for a moment before saying, Xiao Shui hasn't used it yet. The man felt a chill. He knew that an 8th order family could disappear from the 4 states with just a few words from the senior. There is someone more capable than you of honored Lord Han Hu. He told us to spare the lives of the spirit sea realm warriors and kill the others. The High Lord slowly came to a decision and slowly stood up. Also, he went to the fog cliff. The plan will be delayed. Originally, they still needed to wait for a few more days. However, with Xiao Shui's actions, it would definitely attract the attention of the Grand Sky Alliance. At that time, if they didn't send Chen Tianxue to investigate the situation, even if Chen Tianxue was willing to enter the Misty Cliff, and the possibility of the secret on the Misty Cliff being exposed was very high, they still had to guard against it. He could only delay the plan in case something unexpected happened. At that time, there was no such thing as a perfect plan in this world. For several decades, I worked hard to plan and strategize in front of the curtains, secretly using various young masters' methods. I was confident that even if the plan was delayed, it would only affect a small part of the situation. Yes, the man replied and soared into the sky. Very slowly, his figure disappeared. The High Lord stood where he was and muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he turned around and headed in another direction. I looked into the distance and saw a face that I hadn't seen for a long time. I muttered, "Please don't block your way." A cold light flashed across my eyes like a blade. Meishan Xiao Shui, in the guest hall, there was a buzzing sound. Chen Jia felt his body sink slightly. Although this feeling of weightlessness disappeared very slowly, I realized what had happened. Space restriction formation. There was actually a space restriction formation here. But even so, with the activation of the forbidden space formation, a layer of transparent light rapidly rose up and enveloped Qi Xiao. Trap formation. The expressions of the people in front of me changed. The Chen clan master's expression grew solemn as he channeled spiritual power into his eyes. Under the hazy moonlight, he looked at the figures that had suddenly emerged from the confinement formation. Surprisingly, their leader was the young elder of Xiao Shui, Lu Yi, who had treated us coldly just a moment ago. 7 pairs of eyes met and Xiao Shui shouted, "What is Ling Shi doing? Is she rebelling?" That was what I wanted to understand the most. Lu Yi invited us to Ling Shi as guests, but in the end, she tampered with our tea. Before that happened, she even activated the formation to trap us here. I really wanted to understand why and what Ling Shi wanted to do. We all had grievances with Ling Shi, so Xiao Shui had a reason to do this. Was Ling Shi from the Myriad Devil Ridge? Chen Jia thought about it and couldn't think of such a possibility. The Myriad Devil Ridge had always regarded me as a thorn in their side and hated that they had to get rid of me. We had done so, but unfortunately we had always succeeded. Today, he was unprepared and had knocked Ling Shi back. This was a very good opportunity. However, even if Ling Shi could get rid of us, there was no place for us in the military province. Was it worth it for a small 8th-rank family to act like this? As he shouted, the Chern clan's leader secretly made a gesture with one of his hands behind his back. Lu Ye's figure flashed. He wanted to use Xiao Shui's body as cover to send a message. But why did Ling Shi do this? The current situation was extremely beneficial to us. Naturally, it was more important to send a message for help. However, before Lu Ye could do anything, Lu Ye had already shouted, "Kill us!" I naturally knew that they couldn't give Xiao Shui and the others a chance to send a message. Otherwise, Chen Tianxue wouldn't be able to send reinforcements. Once that happened, Ling Shi would be far from being destroyed. When I gave the order, I also paid close attention to Chen Jia's reaction. In my opinion, if Chen Jia hadn't been enlightened, they would be on our side. The methods left behind by the High Lord were very useful. Although Divine Sea Realm cultivators were famous, as long as it was Chun Tianchue, they wouldn't be able to resist. After I gave the order, the young master's flying artifacts and spells covered the sky as they attacked the guest hall. Zhu Jia roared and jumped out in front of everyone. As his blood and chi surged, his body seemed to expand. Spiritual energy surged around me. I raised my hand and pressed it in the air. With my palm as the source, a tortoiseshell-like barrier suddenly formed, blocking the figures of everyone in front of me. When the weapons and spells of the young masters landed on the barrier, the sound of metal clashing could be heard, causing the barrier that was originally shining with a dazzling light to suddenly become dull. Then, it became whole again. Although Zhu Jia's defensive method was weak, it still couldn't withstand the combined attacks of the young masters of Lingxi. The Chun Jia and the others attacked together. In an instant, the light of blades and the shadows of swords flashed, and spiritual energy became chaotic. At this time, somewhere in the crowd, the head of Lingxi, Lin Yinxiu, stared at the Chun Jia behind the guest hall, her heart cold. It worked. The Divine Sea Realm cultivator hadn't been enlightened. Lu Yi thought that the Chun Jia hadn't been enlightened, and Lin Yinxiu thought so too. After all, I had seen the Chun Jia drink this tea with my own eyes. As long as they drank this tea, they could avoid the fate of being enlightened. However, at this moment, I couldn't be sure of one thing. That Divine Sea Realm cultivator hadn't been enlightened, because I hadn't used the method left behind by the High Lord. However, I couldn't sense any signs of resonance on Xiao Shue's side. At this moment, I glared angrily. There wasn't a single silver thread in my eyes, and there were special insects swimming in my eyeballs. It looked extremely strange. Originally, as long as the Chun Jia was enlightened, I could use this method to make the Chun Jia betray me. At that time, the people around me wouldn't be able to guard against it. With the help of Ling Shi's weak attacks, it would be easy to kill these 7 people. As long as the 7 people were killed, the crisis would be resolved. As for how to deal with it, and how to explain the death of the 7 members to the law department, there was no way. But now, the Chun Jia's side was completely dependent on me. I also saw Luya, who was in front of the Chun Jia, send out a message. I immediately understood that no matter what happened to the Chun Jia and the others, Ling Shi was completely finished. Kill us all. Lin Yinxiu calmed herself down and shouted. Ling Shi was finished, and she had to drag some people down with her. As soon as the order was given, the spirit stream cultivators who had gathered behind the guest hall boldly charged toward the back. Chilibaxian's flying sword wreaked havoc, and the Ling Shi cultivators at the back immediately fell like weed. Seeing this, I frowned. Because most of the cultivators who fell were at the Chun Lai realm or the Cloud River realm, I was able to kill them like flies. However, right now there was no time for mercy. Although his heart was filled with forbearance, he didn't hesitate in the slightest to attack. Numerous beams of sword light slashed through the crowd, reaping the lives of the spirit stream cultivators. Miserable screams filled the air. Li Baxian's flying sword showed off its might, but Feng Yuechan's magical techniques were also lacking. Every single one of her magical techniques was useless. However, Ling Shi had probably turned out in full force this time. There were even broken land cultivators flying over from one direction to join the battle. This direction was suspected to be the location of Ling Shi's Heaven's Secret Hall. The Xiao Shui cultivators who were at the Chun Lai battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield should have received a message and were slowly rushing back. In a short 10 breaths of time, the corpses of Ling Shi cultivators piled up behind the guest hall. Blood flowed like a river. At this moment, the Chun clan and the others were locked in a bitter battle. As an 8th-rank Ling Shi clan, they had very few true Lake Realm cultivators. Excluding those who were inside, there were only 10 true Lake Realm cultivators left in the clan. These Chun Lai Realm and Cloud River Realm cultivators couldn't withstand a single blow from Xiao Shui, but the true Lake Realm cultivators were the same. In the end, we didn't have much strength. The Chun clan could only kill 1 or 2 true Lake Realm cultivators, but they had a way to kill everyone else in a short period of time. The 8 of them fought as they advanced, and after a short while, they reached the entrance of the guest hall. They had a way to advance again. If they really wanted to enter and exit the guest hall, the space was too narrow, and they couldn't use their full strength. If the Ling-Shi cultivators swarmed them, they would definitely be trapped, and the situation would only worsen. In a short 80 breaths of time, the 8 of them hadn't sustained any injuries. Although they were light, they still affected their ability to use their full strength. Looking at the dense crowd of cultivators behind them, the Chun clan cultivator took a deep breath and grabbed at the air. A round ball the size of a baby's head appeared in his hand. When she saw this, Lu Ye's eyes narrowed, and an extremely safe feeling rose up in her heart. Stop! Stop me! Lu Ye roared and charged toward the Chun clan cultivator. 96. Chapter 990. Chun Lai didn't know what it was in Lu Ye's hand, but he felt an extremely dangerous aura from the ball-like object. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of Lu Ye, his spirit energy surging as he punched out. Although he was old, as a body cultivator, his strength couldn't be underestimated. He was confident that Lu Ye, a 5th-order true Lake Realm cultivator, couldn't block this punch. As he punched out, his other hand reached out to grab the ball-like object, intending to snatch it. A blade slashed through the air, but Chun Lai pushed his blood chi and spirit energy to protect himself, not dodging. It wasn't until the blade slashed down that Chun Lai realized that something was wrong. An irresistible force hit him from the front, causing his body to stiffen. The spirit energy and blood chi protecting his body was directly broken, and when he felt the pain, he was already flying backwards. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the head of the other Chun family elder, who had rushed up with him, fly high into the air. That was the 7th elder, a 7th-order true Lake Realm cultivator. In the true Lake Realm, a 7th-order true Lake Realm cultivator was definitely not weak, but he couldn't even block a single blade from Lu Ye. Moreover, that blade had first forced him back, then beheaded the 7th elder. Chun Lai felt a chill run down his spine as a huge sense of crisis arose in his heart. Then, a series of crackling sounds reached his ears. When he regained his footing and looked over again, he couldn't help but be startled. In front of the entrance of the guest hall, Lu Ye's position had been replaced by a 10-meter-tall scarlet figure. The figure's curves were smooth, and its body was angular from top to bottom, giving off an extremely weak impression. Under the scarlet figure, there were simple and profound patterns that ran from the face to the torso, spreading to the 7 limbs, forming an extremely wild totem. 2 dark red lights lit up in the eyes of the small figure, like 2 soul-stirring ghostly flames, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Air waves visible to the naked eye emanated from the scarlet figure's feet and spread out with a loud bang. Along with it, an indescribable sense of oppression spread out. In an instant, all the cultivators without spirit energy were attracted to this scene as they stared in a daze. At the front of the crowd, Xiang Yinghuan, who was hiding in the dark, was even more dumbfounded. Just now, Lu Ye had been sent flying. Although I was standing there, I could see everything clearly. Lu Ye suddenly took out a ball the size of a baby's fist. Then, the ball gathered and turned into many small fragments that crawled toward me. In the blink of an eye, I had turned into a ferocious creature that was 80 feet tall. What was that? Even though Li Ba Xian was the patriarch of an 8th-grade family, and his cultivation wasn't even at the 4th-order true Lake Realm, he was still shocked by this scene. Crescent armor? It was said that Lu Ye did not have any armor, and that kind of armor was simply unheard of. What scared me even more was that Lu Ye, who was wearing the armor, was holding a long saber that was about 18 meters long. The blade of the saber was like a bamboo joint, and there were no joints at every 1 foot of the saber. With the long saber in his hand, a ferocious aura spread out, as if an ancient ferocious beast had been born. At that moment all the cultivators without spirit energy felt a chill in their hearts. Hugh! There was a heavy exhalation, and air visible to the naked eye gushed out of the sharp edges of the crescent armor, turning into white mist. The long saber was held horizontally by his side, and he swung it heavily, as if he was driving away mosquitoes. A faint saber light flashed, and the figures of the young cultivators behind the Chen family instantly stiffened, including an elder named Chen Tian-Chue. Just a moment ago I was squatting slightly, and the tip of the saber was facing upwards. Dragging the saber, I passed through these stiff cultivators. The strong wind that was stirred up blew those people's stiff bodies. Every once in a while, the lower half of everyone's body slid down, revealing the smooth incision on the upper half of their bodies. Blood gushed into the sky. A tiger in a flock of sheep. The majestic figure of the dragon throne, coupled with the exaggerated shape of the dragon's spine saber, killed every cultivator with spirit energy with every flash of the saber. Everywhere it passed, there was a rain of blood. "Kill me!" An angry roar came from the front of the crowd. Only then did the young spiritual chi cultivators abruptly return to their senses, brazenly rushing towards this small figure in fear. The saber light surged, but no one fell. The person in front was not afraid at all. He stepped on the blood and corpses on the ground and desperately charged back. From a distance, the scene was both tragic and shocking. In the guest hall, the 7 people from the myriad Devil Ridge were dumbfounded at the sudden change. After that, some of us personally witnessed the might of the dragon throne. We thought that this trip would be more dangerous than auspicious, but who knew that the Chun family didn't have such a trump card? The Chun family charged out with the dragon throne, attracting the attention of 40% of the cultivators, and the pressure on our side was immediately reduced. Giant Armor and Xiao Xinghe stood at the entrance of the guest hall. The two of them formed a barrier with their sabers, blocking the scattered cultivators. Xiang Yinghuan and Feng Yuechan used their own methods to kill the enemies. Lin Yinxiu's figure appeared and disappeared, but every time she attacked, she was unable to kill them. With the 7 of them working together, they could protect themselves for now. The situation is right. The myriad Devil Ridge spoke and glanced at the Chen family. Since the beginning of the situation, nothing was right. Who would have thought that the spiritual power would suddenly be beneficial to them? At this moment, they felt that there was no harmony at all. Logically speaking, facing Xiang Ying, who was wearing the dragon throne, even a cultivator like Chen Tianchue would not be afraid. The so-called morale was like a tiger's vigor in a spurt of wind. Then, it would weaken and be exhausted. Xiang Ying had not lost so many people. Whoever was still alive, they would definitely be afraid. However, the spiritual power cultivators didn't seem to be afraid in the slightest. Following this order, even the most inconspicuous spiritual stream realm cultivators dared to approach Xiang Ying's side as if they had gone mad. It was as if they cared about their own lives. There were even some people who climbed down from the dragon throne's small figure and madly attacked the dragon throne, causing banging sounds to ring out. Although the Chern family killed slowly, they were still able to stop the cultivators with spiritual power. A moment ago, the dragon throne's small and slender figure could already be seen from where it was. The sea of people with spiritual power had already completely submerged the dragon throne. Just as the myriad Devil Ridge and the others were worried about the Chen family's safety, a heavy and deep voice suddenly came from the human mountain. Crescent Moon. As soon as the voice fell, a bit of blade light was released from the human mountain. Immediately after, a dense amount of blade light slashed out like a crescent moon. The sizzling sound was inaudible. The human mountain collapsed, and severed limbs and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. The dragon throne's figure that had been submerged reappeared. The scarlet figure was covered in wet blood, and it looked even dimmer. Lu Ye's head flew to the back of the guest hall and just happened to roll onto the foot of the giant armor. I stepped forward and stomped on it, causing it to explode. After breaking free, the Chun clan took a step forward and charged towards the crowd. Brandishing his dragon spine saber, he slashed through the wave. Not a single person dared to come within 100 feet of me. All of them fell like weeds. His speed was so slow that it was impossible to see his figure clearly in the hazy night. The only thing that could be seen was the 2 scarlet lights floating in his eye sockets, dragging out 2 scarlet light ribbons. In the blink of an eye, I was behind a middle-aged man. This person roared and took out a small hammer. Leaping up, he used the momentum of his fall to smash the Chun family's head. That hammer contained the full strength of the other party, so it could be said that its power was extremely weak. Facing such a hammer, Xiang Ying just raised his hand and caught the falling hammer. With a boom, the dragon throne's figure bent and her knees slightly bent, neutralizing the impact. Her small hand gripped the hammer tightly, and she dragged the other party behind her. Her other left hand, which was holding the dragon's spine blade, flipped over and smashed the other party's chest heavily with the hilt. With a crack, it seemed that many of the other party's ribs were broken. The middle-aged woman spat out a mouthful of blood, and her aura instantly weakened. The Chun family threw away the small hammer in my hand and raised his hand to grab my head, pulling me behind him. A cold voice came from the dragon throne. "What the hell is their Ling Qi doing?" That middle-aged woman was the head of the Ling Qi clan, Xiang Yinghuan. Just now, when I was hiding outside and giving orders, the Chun family had already seen through my position. In his perception, this person was the first Xiang Yinghuan left in the Ling Qi clan. The other Xiang Yinghuan cultivators were either killed by me, or by the myriad Devil Ridge and Shao Xinghe. Even the surviving Ling Qi clan cultivators were 80% of the original Ling Qi clan. The Chun family didn't kill me because I felt that today's matter was too strange. Not only did the Ling Qi clan inexplicably attack us in secret, they even gathered their entire clan to besiege us. I originally thought that the Ling Qi clan was a chess piece placed by the true Lake Realm and wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate me. But after this small battle, I felt that it was too similar. That was because spiritual energy and the other cultivators were far too fearful of death. It was as if there was someone who didn't care about their own life and death. Even when I wore the dragon throne, I only managed to shock Xiang Ying and the other cultivators at the start. Before that, I didn't feel any fear at all. Even if the Ling Qi clan was a spy placed by the true Lake Realm, it was only a small portion of them. It could be said that all of the Ling Qi clan cultivators were in the true Lake Realm. If that was the case, the news would have been leaked long ago. So the Chun family wanted to understand why the Ling Qi clan was so cowardly. Did we know that there would be no consequences for attacking the disciplinary hall? Since we wanted to kill Li Baxian, we naturally wanted to bring him back to Grand Sky City for interrogation. No matter what, we had to get to the bottom of today's matter. Otherwise, we would definitely encounter a similar attack the last time. As expected of the person I chose, Li Baxian suddenly spoke. "What?" the Chun family asked, but he didn't get any response. He only heard a loud bang from Li Baxian's head. Then, Li Baxian's neck tilted and he started breathing. I died just like that. Xiang Ying even knew how I died. Because I felt that Li Baxian didn't activate Chun Lai at all. Chi 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 similar sounds came continuously from the side. "Capture him alive!" The Chun family shouted angrily and turned to grab a nearby Ling Qi clan cultivator. But just as he grabbed him, he died on the spot. Corpses fell to the ground one by one. The surviving Ling Qi clan cultivators all fell to the ground. The Chun family was dumbfounded. The Wan Mo Ridge people who survived the calamity were also dumbfounded. Chapter 991. Blood soared into the sky, and rivers of blood flowed. In the square outside the Chun family's guest hall, broken corpses could be seen everywhere, especially at the place where Lu Yi was surrounded and at the entrance of the guest hall. The corpses in these two places were piled up into small mountains. The Chun clan was a 6th-rank clan. Although there weren't many cultivators in the clan, there were still quite a number of them. During the battle, there were still a steady stream of cultivators rushing over from the direction of the Tianji Palace. All in all, there were at least several hundred cultivators. However, at this moment, these hundreds of people had lost their lives here. 70% of them died in the fierce battle, and the last 30% died mysteriously. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the moonlight tilted. Xiao Xinghe and the others stepped out of the guest hall and looked at the hellish scene in front of them. They all felt a chill in their hearts. It wasn't that they hadn't seen dead people before, but the way the cultivators of the Chen family died was too strange. No one knew how they died. Moreover, in the battle, the fearless style of the Chen family members was also puzzling. The many figures that came one after another didn't feel like they were living people, but beasts that had lost their minds. There was a cracking sound, and everyone looked up. Under the moonlight, the 3-meter-tall figure suddenly collapsed, turning back into small fragments and turning back into a round ball the size of a baby's head. Lu Yi raised his hand and grabbed it. He landed lightly on the ground and staggered a little. Lin Yinxiu hurried forward to support him. Seeing his pale face, she asked with concern, "Captain, are you okay?" Chen Yinxiu shook his head. "It's not a small problem, but it consumed a lot of energy. Using the Dragon Emperor's trump card consumes a lot of energy. Moreover, in the fierce battle, I also suffered some internal injuries. Ordinary attacks can't break through the Dragon Emperor's defense, so naturally, they can't do any damage to me. However, the shock from these attacks can't be resolved by the Dragon Emperor. It's fine if it happens once or twice, but it can't take it too much. Especially when I caught Xiao Xinghe's first strike. I felt as if the bones in my hand had cracked from the impact of the hammer. That's why I didn't use the Dragon Emperor the next time I was forced into a corner by Lu Yueme. Lu Yueme might have a way to break through the defense of the Dragon Emperor, but she can't kill me. Take a rest. They will investigate the cause of death of these people." As Chen Jia spoke, he sat down cross-legged and took out a small handful of spirit pills from his storage bag and stuffed them into his mouth. Then, he held a spirit stone in each hand and activated the power of his talent tree to absorb them. Jinya couldn't quickly replenish her energy, but she needed to quickly recover the stamina and mental power she had expended while wearing the dragon throne. Chen Tianxue quietly stayed by my side to protect me. Jin Yamei and the others split into groups of 2 and investigated the cause of death of these people according to the Chen clan's instructions. Today's matter had a lot of confusing points, and there were not many things that made people want to understand. After a round of investigation, he didn't find anything useful. He only knew that the first batch of people who died, including Jin Yamei, seemed to have no strength to explode in their brains. Their brains exploded into a mass of paste, and they died instantly. While Xiang Donglu and the others were busy, the Chen family was pondering over Xiao Xinghe's words before he died. I heard those words so clearly. Perhaps it was because Xiao Xinghe didn't mention the time, but I vaguely heard something about someone he fancied. Who likes who? If it was me, who likes me? What did it have to do with Ling Qi's matter today? While thinking, the Chen family suddenly looked up into the sky and saw a streak of light quickly flying over. It landed behind him and revealed the figure of a middle-aged woman. The group immediately rushed to Jin Yamei's side and looked over cautiously. The Chen family slowly got up and pressed the mountain plate blade at his waist. The newcomer's gaze swept over. Seeing the tragic situation here, her eyes narrowed. Seeing the Chen family's vigilance, she picked up the guard token at her waist. "You are the head of the law division, Jin Yamei. Which team are they from?" Only then did everyone understand that the reinforcements had arrived. Almost at the same time that Ling Qi's side took action, the Chen family instructed Jin Yamei to send a message for reinforcements. Chen Tianxue also successfully sent the message. Calculating the time, the other side hadn't been too slow. Judging from the Lu Yi waves that the other side displayed, that divine ocean realm cultivator was a Lin Yinxiu. Only without Lin Inxiu would not be qualified to be the head of the law division. After confirming that the newcomer was one of their own, everyone relaxed. The main reason was that the Ling Qi had caused them to be overly cautious. After confirming the newcomer's identity, no one could guarantee whether the other party was good or evil. Even at this moment, everyone was still vigilant. Fourth Squad of the Law Enforcement Hall. The Qin family greets the head of the Law Enforcement Hall. Jean Yamei showed her guard token and saluted. Jean Yamei glanced at me, then looked to the side. Those people, were they the ones who killed them? Some of them. What happened? Jean Yamei asked in a low voice. Although I came to rescue them after receiving the news, I didn't expect to see such a scene. From what I can sense, apart from some mortals living in the 10 young lords' residences, anyone without a cultivation base has already lost their lives. In one night, Jean Yamei's family was almost wiped out. The Mi Mountain spiritual force would also become history. The Churn family explained all the complicated things that happened after that. Jean Yamei frowned as she listened, because the Churn family's story had too many loopholes. Other things could be mentioned, but the part about why the Ling Qi family would tamper with the tea made sense. Jean Yamei and the others were from the law enforcement hall, so how could the Ling Qi family, an 8th-rank family, know the consequences of doing that? Before the matter was exposed, it was even more reasonable for the family to besiege them. I didn't have much interaction with the Ling Qi family, but I knew about Xiao Xinghe. This person could become the head of the Ling Qi family, and he wasn't a 4th-order true Lake Realm cultivator, so he was naturally a special person. How could such a person be so clear-headed? The Chen family spoke very slowly. After all, the matter wasn't simple, but there were too few things that made sense. After listening, the Spirit Sea Realm cultivator was silent for a long time, then he said, "The sect exterminating leaf, the name is false. It's true that hearing 100 times is the same as seeing once." The sect exterminating leaf title came from when the Chun family was still in the Spirit Stream battlefield. At that time, I had only destroyed the sects of these 10,000 Demons Ridge forces. I had really done something like exterminating an entire sect, so that title wasn't an exaggeration. But today it was finally confirmed. I hope what he said is true. The Spirit Sea Realm cultivator looked at the Chen family thoughtlessly. The Chen family didn't notice. Does this little one believe you? Jean Yamei said with a frown. Before they return to Grand Sky City, this little one hasn't made a decision yet, so it's not up to you to comment. You just received orders to come and rescue them. The Chen family was silent for a while, and didn't say anything more. There were too few suspicious points about today's matter, so it was no wonder that the Spirit Sea Realm cultivator had doubts. Since they are all unwell, then it's none of your business. They will clean up this place. The Spirit Sea Realm cultivator was talking, but suddenly, he didn't notice something and looked up in a certain direction. Immediately, he frowned and flew up into the sky, flying in that direction. My sudden actions caused the Chun family and the others to be at a loss. No one knew what I had discovered. This direction. Is it the direction of the fog cliff? Feng Yuechan didn't think much of it. At that moment, there was suddenly no violent fluctuation of leaves coming from this direction. Jin Ye and the others all raised their heads to look in that direction, only to see that in the night sky, there was a burst of dazzling light that illuminated the horizon. Two similar auras were madly clashing against each other. I've met an enemy. Xiang Donglu frowned. One of the two people fighting here was obviously a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator who had just rushed over. As for who the other person was, there was no way to know. But judging from the aura of the two, one was obviously weaker and the other was slightly stronger. As for which one was weaker and which one was stronger, everyone could tell from such a long distance. Only the Chun family, who hadn't given birth to divine sense, had a thick layer of worry between their eyebrows, because I sensed that the one with the stronger aura was Jin Yamei. In other words, the person who was fighting with Jin Yamei was slightly stronger than me. How dare you? An angry shout came from the direction of the fog cliff, followed by an exclamation that stopped abruptly. The small battle was over. From the time Jean Yamei rushed over to fight with this unknown enemy, it had been more than 80 breaths. Jean Yamei's heart sank. She really understood what was going on tonight. All kinds of strange things happened one after another. Suddenly, I didn't feel like I was being pulled into a torrent. I had a premonition that nothing small was going to happen. A stream of light quickly flew over from the fog cliff, carrying the brilliant aura that belonged to a minor cultivator like Lin Inxio. Before this unknown Lin Inxio had finished dealing with the Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, she was flying over. The Chun family and the others all felt their scalps tingle. They instantly got into a fighting stance. Although they knew that the minor cultivator might be a match for a minor cultivator like Lin Inxio, no one was willing to sit still and wait for death. Jean Yamei even took out the dragon throne. When I activated the dragon throne, the figure that was rushing over from the fog cliff flew over our heads. In that instant, the Chen family used all of his eyesight and vaguely saw an enchanting figure in the stream of light. It was a man. When the man flew over our heads, the Chen family clearly saw that you glanced up, but you didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. You just left like that. The instant our eyes met, the Chen family broke out in a cold sweat, because at that moment I vaguely saw a meaningful look flash through the man's eyes. 10 breaths ago there was a long breath. Everyone who had survived before the calamity had a grave expression. You. Why did he kill you? Chen Tianxue asked. If the man had wanted to kill us, the team would have been able to block him. Even if the Chen family wore the dragon throne, it would have been fine. At that time, only if I didn't activate the golden body medallion would they be able to survive. As for the others, they would definitely die. Maybe it's dandruff. Jean Yamei looked at the saber in her hand and felt a sense of power in her heart. Although he was happy that he managed to keep his life, being looked down upon like that made him feel a little depressed. Let's go. The Chen family shouted and rushed towards the fog cliff. No matter what, I had to investigate the life and death of a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. After all, I was here to help. Chapter 992. Soon, they arrived at the destination. There were not many traces of a great battle. The 2 Divine Ocean Realm cultivators had fought in the air just now, so it was impossible to leave any traces. They looked around but couldn't find Xiang Donglu. Judging from the battle just now and the short scream at the end, Xiang Donglu had probably met with an accident. Now, they didn't know whether he was alive or not, and there was no trace of him. There was only one possibility. Lu Yi stood at the edge of the fog cliff and looked down. Without much hesitation, he said, "I'll go down and look for him." The environment of the fog cliff was treacherous. The thick fog not only blocked the detection of divine sense, but also mixed with a large amount of magnetic or dust. The lower they went, the more their spiritual power would be suppressed. If they really went down the fog cliff, it would be difficult for the cultivators to exert their power. It would be troublesome to come up. However, it was not impossible to come up. They could always climb up. "I'll go with you," Shaoxing had said. Lu Yi nodded and was about to flash out when he suddenly stopped. He frowned and listened carefully. What's that sound? Lin Inxio also noticed the abnormality. After all, her cultivation was the highest among the people present. It was just that she didn't have divine sense, so her perception was not as strong as Lu Ye's, so she discovered the clue later than him. Soon, the others also noticed the movement. There was a strange buzzing sound and rustling sounds coming from below the fog cliff, and it was getting closer and closer. "Something's coming up," Lu Yi shouted in a low voice. From these sounds, no matter what was coming up, there were very few of them. "Go in," Chen Inxio shouted and led the group forward. They only stopped when they were 1,000 feet away and looked back. The movement on the fog cliff was getting smaller and smaller, and the thick fog that shrouded the abyss also stopped rolling violently. Something the size of a human body flapped its wings and rushed out of the fog. Under the bright moonlight, a strange-shaped figure vaguely appeared in everyone's eyes. "Insect race!" the Yunha cultivator exclaimed. The thing that rushed out of the fog cliff was actually a mantis-shaped insect race. None of the cultivators of the 4 states were familiar with that kind of thing. After all, there were often insect swarms under the green-scale battlefield, and young cultivators had seen the scene of the insect race wreaking havoc. However, the Zerg behind him was much smaller and weaker than the one Jiao Sili had seen in the jade-scale battlefield. It was filled with an extremely ferocious aura. That insectoid was at least as strong as Jiao Sili. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Jiao Sili's Zerg was naturally not enough to make everyone lose their composure, but everyone knew that Zergs always moved alone. They usually gathered in groups, forming a small army of insectoids. Since there were no insectoids, there was no insectoid nest. Thinking of the commotion they had just heard, everyone felt their hair stand on end. The thick fog continued to churn as insectoids surged out of the fog cliff. In the blink of an eye, the insectoids were everywhere. These insectoids were all different in appearance. They were not shaped like mantises spreading their wings, nor were they shaped like hyenas or 7-limbed crawlers. They also wore a layer of extremely thick bone armor, and there were no sharp barbs on their shoulders. The moonlight flickered with a cold light, and they were not like centipedes, whose 100 legs danced, and were as swift as flying. The first mantis insectoid to rush out of the fog had not discovered the Chen clan and the others, and it flapped its wings and flew towards us. A small number of insectoids of different appearances followed closely behind. The Yunha cultivator's flying sword slashed out, and directly cut the insectoid in half. As the sword light wreaked havoc, even fewer insectoids fell halfway. Feng Yuechan's technique was break, and she cooperated with Jiao Sili to kill the enemy. Even Yi, who had been hiding in Hu Po's body all this time, came out in a flash and activated the power of her technique. However, even though the 2 people and 1 spirit's techniques were ordinary, they were still unable to deal with the small number of insectoids that swarmed over. In a short while, the insectoids had charged close to us. The giant armor blocked our backs. The Chun clan, Shao Xinghe, and the divine ocean cultivators stood on the left and right. Sword light flashed, and insectoids fell one after another. The Chun clan's expression was solemn. When I was in the Jade Scale battlefield, I had experienced an insectoid tide, but the insectoids I encountered this time were much easier to deal with than the ones behind us. After all, they were things outside the Jiaoxi battlefield, and the strength they could unleash might be too weak. However, these insectoids were all comparable to Lin Yinxiu. If they were few in number, it would be troublesome to deal with them, but if they were few in number, it would be a disaster. The Chun clan really did not understand why there were so few insectoids on the fog cliff. Why were the insectoids not discovered in the future? The insectoids were highly intelligent, and they might have been hiding on the fog cliff all this time. The Chun clan recalled their mission. It was Nightingale who reported that there were no ferocious beasts here. Before we came, we had also killed a harmful spirit python, so we thought that the spirit python was the ferocious beast that Nightingale had discovered. However, they thought that it was. They thought that what Nightingale had discovered was not the spirit python, but the signs of the insectoids surging in the fog cliff. They did not have the time to think too much. The 8 people and 1 spirit fought fiercely with the insectoids for a while, and the Chun clan shouted, "Let's go!" If we continued to stay, we would probably be surrounded by the insectoid. In that short period of time, although the number of insectoids that died in the hands of the Chun clan was few, there was still a small army of insectoids in our field of vision. The Chun clan vaguely sensed that the insectoids that rushed out of the fog cliff did not have Lin Yinxiu, and there were no true lake realm cultivators. They sensed that there were no insectoids comparable to Li Baxian, but it was fine. I gave the order, and everyone immediately rushed into the sky, killing a bloody path through the encirclement of the young insectoids, and slowly escaped in a direction. The young insectoids in front of us chased closely, but they were all killed by Jiao Sili's flying sword. Divine Ocean Realm cultivators, send a message to the Law Division. Tell the head that there is no insectoid tide here. Also, the head of the Law Division, Xiang Donglu, has been killed by a male cultivator with an identity. We know if he is alive or dead. Yes. The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators accepted the order and hurriedly responded. Senior Sister Feng, send a message to Pill Heart Sect and ask us to send people to eliminate the insectoids. In the area thousands of miles away, Pill Heart Sect was not the weakest sect. Now that the insectoid tide suddenly broke out, the sects and families had no way to deal with it. Even an 8th-rank clan like Jiao Si's was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of such an insectoid tide. Even if Team D4 did not eliminate Spirit Stream today, it would be difficult for them to survive. Pill Heart Sect was the only sect we could not rely on. If we could not send people over in time, we might not have a chance to stop the insectoid tide from spreading. Feng Yuechan hurriedly sent the message. While speaking, the Chun clan descended to somewhere above. Outside that area was the backyard of Spirit Stream. Later, when Chun Lai led Jiao Si and the others to retreat from Spirit Stream, they passed by that area. According to Chun Lai, that area was where the people of Spirit Stream who did not have the talent to cultivate lived. There were a lot of people, about 2,000 to 8,000 of them. Anyone in Spirit Stream who did not have the ability to cultivate was basically dead. Only the mortals who had never cultivated were left. Now that the insectoid tide suddenly broke out, if those mortals were to pay attention to it, they would definitely have a chance to survive. Although the Chun clan had just fought a small battle with Spirit Stream and almost wiped out their entire clan, it was Jiao Si who started it first. And now I know why Spirit Stream did this. But to those mortals, the Chun clan had a way to reason with them. Flying to the backyard, the Chun clan shouted in a low voice, "The insectoid tide has broken out. If you want to live, quickly find a place to hide. The deeper you hide, the better." Slowly. Back in the rear courtyard of the Spirit Stream sect, there were many mortals who had never cultivated. Tonight, none of them were able to sleep well because there had been no more fighting in the main family. We all knew what had happened, and many of them were roused from their slumber. They gathered together to discuss the situation, hoping to find someone to go to the main family and check on the situation. Before they could come to a conclusion, the Chun clan's voice rang out from below. Although these mortals had never cultivated, they were still from Spirit Stream, and knew a thing or two about the cultivation world. Naturally, they had heard about the insectoid tide. The Chun clan's voice was calm, and the Spirit Stream cultivators who had gathered together immediately panicked. Thankfully, there weren't any old men in charge, and they quickly scattered to find a place to hide. The Chun clan turned around and saw a dark cloud rising from the foggy cliff under the moonlight. The dark cloud was densely packed with the figures of the insectoid tribe. There were so many of them that they could not be counted. I didn't linger. Before the Spirit Stream cultivators could react, I turned and flew away, pulling out some explosive flame spirit stones from my bag of holding. Rumbling sounds were heard, accompanied by violent vibrations of the leaves. A small number of insectoids were attracted, and they chased after me. The insectoids were highly intelligent, but they were extremely sensitive to the vibrations of the leaves. The Chun clan had noticed this back in the Jade Scale battlefield. Jiao Si didn't dare to let the insectoids linger in the backyard of Spirit Stream, so he had to use that method to attract their attention and lure them away. As for whether or not there would be any side effects, Ling Shi and the other mortals would be the ones who would be able to survive at the very beginning. I would do my best and leave the rest to fate. Captain, Minister, I want you to protect yourselves first, the Divine Sea Cultivator suddenly said. Of course Jiao Si knew he had to protect himself. However, given the current situation, I had to attract the insectoids' attention first. What is the Pill Heart Sect's response? The Chun clan asked. Feng Yuechan hurriedly replied, "The Pill Heart sect hasn't sent anyone yet." "Good." Chen Jia roared and continued to throw out exploding fire spirit rock. The sound of explosions was accompanied by dense Lu Yi fluctuations. The zergs in front of him were like a tidal wave that chased after him. The Chern clan could sense the weak auras of the young masters in the swarm, and knew that these insectoids were comparable to Jiao Sili. "Gather and spread out." The Chern clan grabbed Hu Pu from his shoulder and threw it to the giant beetle. Then, he turned and flew in another direction. A pair of fiery red wings spread out on his back, and his speed increased sharply. "The Chern clan!" he exclaimed. "Let's go!" Xiao Xinghe shouted, and took the lead in another direction. The rumbling sounds gradually faded away. A moment later, everyone turned around and saw that there were only a few insectoids chasing after us. However, Jiao Ci's insectoids were endless. Their hearts couldn't help but rise to their throats. Chapter 993. While flying, Lu Yi searched carefully. Such a large-scale insect tide could not be led to a place with many people, especially a city. Otherwise, there would be countless deaths and injuries. There were many mortals living in those cities. Soon, Lu Yi chose a plane as his target. It had a wide field of vision, and there was no one around. It was a good place to encircle the insect tribe. He quickly sent a message to Feng Yuechan, asking her to pass on the message to Pill Heart sect. At this moment, a gap opened in Pill Heart sect's protective formation. Many cultivators turned into streams of light and flew out of the mountain gate. From afar, the streams of light were like stars chasing after the moon. It was a spectacular scene. Pill Heart sect was a second-grade sect. It had a strong foundation and many disciples. After receiving Feng Yuechan's report and learning that there was an insect tide in their territory, they quickly took action. They also ordered the subordinate sects and families under their jurisdiction to cooperate. At the same time, the news of an insect tide on Mtimi spread rapidly through various channels. At first, some people could not believe it. After all, it was too sudden. No one knew if it was true or not. However, as time passed and confirmed through various channels, the cultivators who were still doubtful finally confirmed that there was indeed an insect tide. In an instant, many cultivators within 1,000 miles took action. At the back mountain of Pill Heart sect, a figure stood quietly. If any Pill Heart sect disciple was there, he would recognize that it was their deputy sect master, Yu Jiajia. Pill Heart sect was a second-grade sect. Being able to become the deputy sect master, Yu Guanjia's cultivation was naturally not weak. However, what was strange was that he looked uneasy at the moment. By the looks of it, he was obviously waiting for someone. Someone who could make an expert like him wait uneasily was definitely not an ordinary person. The mountain wind whistled. Yu Guanjia's eyes were filled with reminiscence. Suddenly, he sighed. Others might not know why there was an insect tide at the foot of Mtimi, but he knew immediately when he received the news. Something had begun. The appearance of the insect tide was just to attract the attention of the Elixir Heart sect. At the moment, the Elixir Heart sect only had the sect master and 3 other patriarchs who were in closed-door training all year round. All the other warriors in the Spirit Sea realm had left to eliminate the insect tide. It could be said that Pill Heart sect's defense was at its weakest. It was earlier than he had expected. Therefore, after arranging some trivial matters, he immediately came here and waited silently. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in front of Yu Guanjia, and as the ripple spread, a figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. Even though Yu Guanjia had been prepared for this, he was still slightly surprised. He sighed inwardly that this person's strength had grown even stronger. Before he had appeared, even he had not sensed it. The person's appearance could not be seen clearly because he was wearing a mask on his face. The mask was black and white, with each color occupying half of the face. However, where the black and white intersected, it gave people a feeling of harmony. It was indescribably strange. "High Lord." Yu Jiajia's heart trembled and he respectfully bowed. If others saw this scene, they would be shocked. Yu Guanjiao was the deputy sect leader of a second-grade sect. When the sect leader was in closed-door training all year round, he could almost be said to be in charge of the entire Pill Heart sect. His position was high and powerful. In the entire military province, only the sect leaders of the first-grade sects had a higher status than him. However, at that very moment, he was bowing respectfully to another person. Furthermore, his attitude was extremely respectful, and he was even addressing that person as exalted. "Long time no see. Your cultivation has improved again," the High Lord said lightly. "Thank you for your concern, High Lord." The High Lord raised his head and looked in a certain direction. "Is that person still in closed-door training?" He was asking about the sect leader of Pill Heart sect. Yu Guanjia replied, "It's been 8 years. He hasn't come out yet." The High Lord sneered. "He wants to break the shackles of the Divine Sea Realm on his own? The old man is senile. The time isn't right. How can the shackles of the Divine Sea Realm be so easy to break?" Yu Guanjia's expression changed. At their level of cultivation, what they were most concerned about was naturally the shackles of the Divine Sea Realm. Every Divine Sea Realm cultivator could feel that there was a path after the Divine Sea Realm. However, so far, no one had found where that path was. Many people had been in closed-door training like that person, but they had gained nothing. Yu Guanjia had also tried to comprehend it, but he had also gained nothing. However, judging from the High Lord's words, he seemed to know something but did not dare to ask. The High Lord saw through his thoughts, so he said casually, "Don't think too much. You'll understand when the time is right." "Yes. Is she still here?" the High Lord asked again. "As per the High Lord's order, I didn't let her do anything today. Because of this, she threw a tantrum. However, as the vice-sect leader, I forced her to give the order." The High Lord chuckled. "Her daughter is right outside. Of course she cares. Feng Yuechan." Yu Guanjia's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the High Lord was indeed powerful. Nothing could be hidden from him. "I'm going to see her. It's time to take back some things," the High Lord said and walked in a direction. Yu Guanjia hurriedly cupped his fist. "Please don't hurt her, High Lord." The High Lord did not stop walking. Only a faint chuckle could be heard. "You're really devoted. It's been so many years. Her daughter is already a true Lake Realm cultivator. You still can't let go." Yu Guanjia's expression was bitter. He did not say anything. Some things were not so easy to let go. "Don't worry. I'm just here to take something. I won't hurt her." Hearing the High Lord's words, Yu Guanjia heaved a sigh of relief. The High Lord walked at a steady pace. At this time, 70% of the Pill Heart sect's manpower had been deployed. The originally lively sect had also quieted down. Along the way, no one noticed him. After walking for more than 2 hours, he finally reached the peak of a spiritual mountain. Looking at the familiar scenery, the High Lord's face revealed a look of reminiscence. Many years ago, he used to frequent this place. However, at that time, he did not come alone. Instead, he came with another person. At that time, he was the most trusted subordinate of that person whose name resounded throughout the land of the 9 prefectures. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. Things changed with the passage of time. He did not expect to come here again in such a manner. It made him sigh. There was a small courtyard at the top of Spirit Peak. It was quiet and elegant. Outside the courtyard was a courtyard surrounded by a fence. Small purple flowers climbed on top of the fence, draping a layer of purple over the fence. He immediately saw the figure of a woman sitting in the courtyard with a solemn expression. Looking at her current appearance, she seemed to be sending a message to someone. She must be sending a message to that girl, Yuechan. He didn't hide his figure and just walked straight ahead. The woman in the courtyard immediately looked up with a vigilant expression. The sudden appearance of such a person in the sect naturally alerted her. However, her expression soon turned to one of surprise and suspicion. She scrutinized the person from head to toe. Although the person was wearing a mask and his appearance could not be seen clearly, she recognized his figure at a glance. Astonishment filled her eyes, which then turned into disbelief. The High Lord walked into the courtyard and looked at her quietly. His face was covered and his expression could not be seen clearly. However, there seemed to be a smile in his eyes. "Great Mountain." The woman's voice trembled. The High Lord raised his hand and took off his mask, revealing an ordinary face. He smiled at the woman and said, "Senior Sister Chiu, long time no see." In the entire Elixir Heart sect, there weren't many women with the surname Chiu. And the only one who could live here and was at the Divine Sea Realm was Elder Chiu Min. Very few cultivators of this generation had heard of her name. This was because she had been living in seclusion for the past few decades. She had never left Pilheart sect. Even within Pilheart sect, her presence was extremely weak. Some disciples did not even know that their sect had such an elder. However, the older generation of cultivators were very familiar with her name. It was not that she had done anything shocking. The main thing was that she had once married an incredible man and had even given birth to a daughter for him. That man's name was Feng Wujiang. Chiu Min was Feng Wujiang's widow and Feng Yuechan's birth mother. After dozens of years, Chiu Min could not believe her eyes when she suddenly saw Tai Shan again. She stared blankly at the familiar face in front of her. Dozens of years had passed, but his appearance did not seem to have changed at all. Only his temperament had changed a little. He had become more reserved and more mysterious. She still remembered that Great Mountain was the most active of Feng Wujiang's brothers. He was also the one who worshipped Feng Wujiang the most. After a while, she said, "But aren't you already dead?" Great Mountain smiled. "Senior Sister, you have never seen my corpse. How can you be sure that I'm dead? Your imprint has clearly dissipated." Chiu Min frowned. It was very simple to determine whether a person was dead or alive. If the imprint was still there, the person was alive. If the imprint was gone, the person was dead. Chiu Min naturally had Great Mountain's imprint. After all, they were very familiar with each other several decades ago. However, the imprint had already dissipated after the battle several decades ago. That was why she was certain that Great Mountain was dead. However, at this very moment, Great Mountain, who should have been dead for several decades, actually appeared in front of her alive. This gave her a huge psychological impact. In a flash, Chiu Min came to a realization. You erased your own battlefield imprint. Other than death, there was only one possibility for the imprint to disappear. The battlefield imprint had been erased. This kind of thing was very difficult to do. Even if a cultivator made some mistake and was expelled from the sect, they would only lose their identity as a disciple of the sect. The battlefield imprint would still remain. After all, it was a gift from the heavens. However, just because it was difficult to do, it did not mean that it was impossible. Especially when Great Mountain had followed Feng Wujiang for many years. Feng Wujiang had shown them many miraculous methods that were rarely seen by ordinary people. Senior Sister is still so smart. Great Mountain smiled, admitting it. Senior Sister, aren't you going to invite me to sit? Only then did Chiu Min come back to her senses. She hurriedly invited him. This place is still the same. It hasn't changed from before. Great Mountain turned to look around. As he spoke, he met Chiu Min's anxious gaze. Knowing what she was thinking, he slowly shook his head. Big Brother Wujiang has indeed died in battle. I buried his body with my own hands. The hope in Chiu Min's eyes instantly disappeared. Chapter 994. On Spirit Peak, in the small courtyard, the light in Chiu Min's eyes dimmed again. Originally, when she saw Tai Shan come back from the dead, she still had some hope in her heart. She thought that Feng Wujiang was like Tai Shan, erasing his battlefield imprint and hiding somewhere all these years. But hope was just hope. Thinking about it, if he was really still alive, it was impossible for him to not show up for so many years, and it was even more impossible for him to not see her daughter. Feng Wujiang, after all, was dead long ago. All these years, where have you been? Qiumin calmed herself down and asked. Walking around, I don't have a fixed residence, Tai Shan replied with a smile. Why did you fake your death? Were you hiding from someone? That's not it. Senior Sister Qiu, you don't have to think too much. It's just that there are some things that I didn't know back then. Only by jumping out can I see more clearly. Qiumin frowned slightly. Tai Shan's words were unclear, and she didn't really understand. She increasingly felt that the Tai Shan in front of her was very different from the one in her memories. Then, you see clearly now? Tai Shan shook his head slowly. It's complicated and confusing, but I won't be as clueless as before. That's good. Qiumin took the lead. The two chatted for a while more. Tai Shan said, Senior Sister Qiu, actually, I came this time to find you for something. Qiumin looked at Tai Shan and smiled. Just say it. We've been friends for so many years, why are you treating me like an outsider? Tai Shan stared into Tai Shan's eyes with a serious expression. You need something that little brother Yu Jiang left outside his place. Wu Ning looked at him, and a look of confusion flashed across his eyes. What is it? Their eyes met for a moment, and Lu Yi suddenly laughed. Young man, you're right. Senior Sister's temperament has changed. Tai Shan became more and more worried. What is he talking about? Lu Yi shook her head. Senior Sister, since you're here, you can naturally be sure that it's outside his place. Why do you have to deceive you? Tai Shan frowned and said, But little brother Yu Jiang did leave something outside your place. Sigh. Lu Yi suddenly sighed. You know, I will give it to you. But you really know what he's talking about. Wu Ning had a helpless expression on his face. Senior Sister, why don't you take a look at this? Lu Yi suddenly changed the topic, took out an item, and handed it to Wu Ning. It was a moon reflection plate. When Tai Shan saw it, his face sank slightly. He vaguely realized something, and even his aura became slightly hotter. You raised your hand to take the moon reflection plate and poured your spirit power into it. In an instant, a scene of looking down from a low altitude appeared under the moon reflection plate. The moon reflection disc was a set of two. It couldn't be used to transmit images. One side of the moon reflection disc was used to reflect images, while the other side couldn't be used to see the scene here. Judging from the reflection of the moon reflection plate in his hand, it was clear that no one was holding the moon reflection plate in the air. The scene above the reflection was transmitted to the other side. The crafting of the moon reflection plate was not simple. Initially, when Wu Ning was returning to the Blue Blood Sect's encampment from the spiritual stream battlefield, she passed by the 100-Peak Mountain to participate in the Dragon Spring meeting. The Green Feather Mountain, Supreme Luo Sect, and the 8 houses of the Qin clan had worked together to create a giant moon reflection plate to reflect the battle situation at the 100-Peak Mountain. Because this moon reflection plate was made with a smooth surface, it could not see the specific scene. It could only see the small distribution of the 8 powerhouses. Naturally, the moon reflection plate in Tai Shan's hand was of a much lower quality than the one at the 100-Peak Mountain. A scene was reflected in the moon reflection plate. It was a vast plain, and in the reflection, insects of all shapes and sizes were wreaking havoc everywhere. There were also figures of cultivators crisscrossing back and forth, killing the insects. Of course, Wu Ning knew that the young martial artists of the Pillheart sect had rushed out to help when the insect tide suddenly broke out in Mushan. You had also contacted Feng Yuechan for a while and knew that you were fighting the enemy and killing insects on a plain with a few friends. Therefore, when Tai Shan saw the scene reflected in the moon reflection plate, he knew where it was. At that moment, the scene in the moon reflection plate turned and projected to a certain location on the plain. At that location, 8 figures appeared in the field of vision. They looked very lifeless. It was clear that they were a group of old people. Among the 8 people, 7 were women and 2 were men. The one standing at the back was very small. Even though it was just a reflection in the moon reflection plate, it gave people a feeling that it was an iron wall. It was as if as long as I stood outside, no one could break through my defense. Wu Ning's gaze fixed on the man standing in front of the small figure. He was using a technique to kill the enemy. That person is your man, Feng Yuechan. Tai Shan's aura suddenly became bone-chilling. She plucked a large purple flower and sniffed it. You remember that those flowers were personally transplanted by little brother Yu Jiang, because I heard that he hated that kind of flower. Senior sister has taken good care of him. I turned around and smiled. Of course, senior sister will take even better care of this martial nephew of yours. Wu Ning clenched the moon reflection plate in his hand and calmed his mind. He said, "That insect tide has nothing to do with him? Are you a fool? If you could cultivate to the divine sea realm and live for dozens of years, how could you still be the same man who cherished knowledge?" Today's events were too coincidental. When the insect tide suddenly broke out in Mushan, a small number of people from the Pillheart sect left the sect to deal with the insect tide. At that time, Lu Yi, who should have died dozens of years ago, came to the sect. You shouldn't think too much. What do you think, senior sister? Lu Yi answered with a question. It doesn't have anything to do with him. Tai Shan's heart sank. That was an unimaginable method. At least, as far as he knew, it wasn't humanly possible to trigger the insect tide. First of all, where would they get so few insectoids from? Wu Ningyuan is one of his people. Shang Taishan didn't ask, but used an if tone. Today, when you received Feng Yuechan's message, you wanted to go there in person. However, Feng Wujiang forced you to come. You were just wondering why Feng Wujiang did that. Now, you know that Lu Yi wanted to see you. So, you must stay in the Pillheart sect. On Wu Ning's way, the sect didn't give any warning or activate any restrictions. I was able to reach the outside before I entered the human realm. Obviously, it didn't explain much. Senior Martial Sister Chiu, you only came here for this item. Lu Yi sighed again. I hope you can fulfill my wish, Senior Martial Sister. You know what he's talking about. Tai Shan pursed his red lips. A scene decades later appeared in his mind. Yu Guanjia had once handed something to you for safekeeping and told you that if no one came to you for that thing one day, you could hand it over no matter what, especially Wu Ning. Back then, Tai Shan knew why Yu Guanjia did not warn him repeatedly. After all, at that time, Wu Ning could not be considered the person Yu Guanjia relied on the most. Their brotherly relationship was deep, so Yu Guanjia had reason to not be on guard against Lu Yi. However, I warned him repeatedly. Moreover, it hadn't been several decades. Lu Yi had died several decades ago. You almost forgot about it. It wasn't until today that you saw Lu Yi and I said I wanted to take away the thing Yu Guanjia left outside that Tai Shan suddenly became vigilant. What exactly is this thing? Wu Ningyuan didn't warn you like that back then. Several decades later, Lu Yi really came to you for it. This thing has been in your possession for several decades. Naturally, you've played with it and comprehended it. However, this heart is a strange disk. You have no way of comprehending anything useless from it. Senior sister, you don't have much time, but he also has too little time. If you can get this thing in one incense stick, I'm afraid your martial nephew will have a bad time. He threatened you. Tai Shan glared at Wu Ning. He forgot that you're his little brother Youjiang's only flesh and blood. Of course you know. Lu Yi took the lead. So if it's not possible, you're absolutely willing to hurt you. However, for little brother Youjiang's unfinished business, any price is worth it. Wu Ningyuan's heart is dead. He said it to you personally. Yes, little brother Yu Jiang isn't dead yet. But the one who should die is me, the one who should die is that bastard world. Wu Ning's mood suddenly became less agitated. What does he want? Wu Ning slowly shook his head. You just want this thing. Take it and leave. Your subordinates don't have what he wants. You know where he heard the news from, but if he's mistaken, Lu Yi smiled slightly. Senior sister, you should think about it quickly. Tai Shan suddenly had a headache. Wu Ning had become too little. In the future, I was the most honest and the least scheming one in Yu Guanjia's hands. But when we met again decades ago, Wu Ning found that his heart completely recognized me. Perhaps he didn't know me in the first place. The only one who knew my true nature was Yu Guanjia. Otherwise, Wu Ningyuan would not have specially told you these words back then. Time passed quickly. Wu Ning stared at the reflection in the moon reflecting plate and muttered to herself. Lu Yi also urged her. She just sat at the side and waited silently. Under the moon reflecting plate's reflection on the plains, Chiu Min and the others worked together to kill the enemy. Later, I was alone and used the exploding fire spirit rock to create a small commotion, leading a small number of Zergs to the plains. Then, I immediately found a place to hide. When the Zergs lost sight of me, they became like headless flies. They acted against their instincts and devoured everything that had no vitality. In a short period of time, wherever the Zergs passed by, the plains that were originally full of vitality became dead silent. Fortunately, after a while, a small number of cultivators who heard the news rushed over from all directions. Among them, the Pill Heart sect had the fewest people. Even a small number of cultivators in the Divine Ocean Realm came. The others in the group had already contacted Chiu Min. When they met up, they joined the small army to exterminate the Zergs. In the midst of the fierce battle, Wu Ning suddenly frowned. She moved to the front of Giant Beetle and quietly spread out her divine telekinesis to investigate in all directions. What's wrong? Nearby, Li Baxian, who was controlling his sword to kill the Zergs, asked. Nothing. Chiu Min shook her head. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she didn't feel like she was being watched. Chapter 995. Although the outbreak of the insect tide was sudden and the scale was huge, cultivators from all directions rushed over and quickly stabilized the situation. However, no one knew how many people would be affected this time. Most of the insects were lured to the plains by Lu Yi, but many of them were scattered. These scattered insects would definitely cause some impact to the villages and cities within 1,000 miles. As time passed, the number of insectoids decreased. The entire plain was filled with cultivators slaughtering the insectoid. The dead land was filled with insectoid corpses. Cultivators who received the news kept rushing over. Lu Ye's team was well organized. There were people from various sects, so their efficiency in killing the insects was not bad. Moreover, killing these insects actually gave them battle merits, which was a pleasant surprise. While the fierce battle was still going on, Lu Yi suddenly felt a sense of danger. When he looked up, he saw a figure rushing down from the sky. It was heading straight for them. A terrifying aura filled the air, and a huge pressure descended from the sky. It was a divine ocean realm cultivator. Lu Yi almost thought that this person was going to attack them. Fortunately, this unfamiliar divine ocean realm cultivator dodged when he was only 300 feet away from them. He landed on the side and punched out, shattering the head of an insect wrapped in bones that looked like a hyena. This insect was not weak. It was comparable to a true lake realm cultivator. Moreover, the bones on the surface of its body gave it a strong defense, so it took some effort to kill it. Lu Yi and the others had killed many insects of this type before, so they naturally had a deep understanding of this. Seeing this divine ocean realm cultivator rushing down from the sky single-handedly kill the surging insect tide, Dai Qi heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, I really thought that the familiar Dai Qian would attack us. He frowned slightly, abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind, and continued to cooperate with Xiao Xinghe and the others to kill the enemy. While this divine ocean realm cultivator was rushing down from the sky, in the courtyard of Pill Heart Sect's Spirit Peak, the Chun clan cultivator, who had been staring at the reflection plate and muttering to himself, sensed the rapid changes in the scene. He looked up and shouted, Tai Shan. Tai Shan sat still and smiled in response. Time's up, Senior Chiu. Give it to him, Mustang Chan. Dai Chi said as he raised his hand and threw out an item. Tai Shan raised his hand and caught it. At that moment, the scene in the moon reflection plate changed again. The person holding the moon reflection plate suddenly changed direction. Feng Yuechan and the others appeared in the moon reflection plate. Chen Jia frowned and angrily said, "He tricked you." There were traces of contact with someone, not to mention the battlefield imprint. There was no way to contact anyone. But there was no moon reflecting disk here, and the head changed direction. In other words, Tai Shan had arranged it long ago. He was afraid that if he didn't hand over the item, Feng Yuechan wouldn't be safe either. Who knows? Tai Shan was obviously very satisfied after getting what he wanted. Personally speaking, you are absolutely not willing to hurt little brother Youjiang's flesh and blood. However, if no one blocks your path, you also know what you will do. Please forgive me, Senior Sister Chiu. His tone was somewhat polite, but the threat was obvious. As I said that, I put away the palm-sized disc. What does he want to do? What is this disc? After a few days, Senior Sister Chiu will naturally know what you want to do. That disc is a very important part. You can only say so much. Senior Sister, please wait and see. Dai Chi didn't feel at ease. He only felt that nothing small would happen in the next few days. Oh right. Tai Shan thought of something. Senior Sister, please make a heavenly secret oath that you won't reveal anything today to the eighth person. Chen Jiao looked at me passionately. What if you do? Today's matter was too serious. Other than that, their vice-sect leader actually didn't have anything to do with Tai Shan. How scary was that? Senior Sister, why are you so stubborn? Tai Shan looked at her. Even if he calls Yuechan back to stay by his side, he might not be able to protect you. Senior Sister will want to know what you are capable of. Chen Jia turned her head and said coldly, "Don't worry. You will definitely reveal what happened today. Senior Sister, please make a heavenly secret oath." Tai Shan looked at her with a burning gaze. Chen Jia lowered her eyes. In the end, she made a heavenly secret oath in front of Tai Shan. You were willing to gamble with Feng Yuechan's safety. Even if Feng Yujiang told you to give the disc to Tai Shan, you still gave it to him. After all, Feng Yuechan is your and Feng Youjiang's only child. She is also your only hope in this world. When she opened her eyes again, there was no trace of Tai Shan behind her. She only heard a voice coming from somewhere. "Thank you, Shiji, for your help. When the day comes, Shiji will understand your painstaking effort." Tai Shan left. Chen Jia sat under the chair and didn't move for a long time. What happened today didn't shock even a spirit sea realm cultivator like you. There wasn't much for you to understand. When there were no more footsteps, Chen Jia came back to her senses. She looked up and saw Yu Guanjiao walking over. "Get lost." Chen Jia looked at me passionately. Yu Guanjiao's mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He cupped his fists and turned to leave. After a few days of fierce fighting, the number of insects on the plain had decreased. The young cultivators gathered and spread out in all directions, looking for fish that had escaped the net. Qiumin's team was also doing the same thing, but they didn't find anything. There was no news, but the insect nest was found. It was in the deepest part of the misty cliff. No young cultivators at the Spirit Sea realm came here, ready to enter the misty cliff and destroy the insect nest. However, in a place like the misty cliff, even Spirit Sea realm cultivators wouldn't have much of an advantage if they went in. Therefore, without knowing the situation inside the misty cliff, the Spirit Sea realm cultivators didn't dare to act rashly. Dai Chi led a group of people to Lu Ye's backyard. The reason I came over was to take a look at the situation of the people in Dai Chi's backyard. When the insect tide broke out, Dai Chi was the first to bear the brunt of it. The young mortals all hid under my warning, and I knew that many people had escaped. Looking around, the buildings that were originally disorderly were now in a mess. It should have been affected when the insect tide passed by. The ground was full of small patches of blood, and there were also a few blood-stained clothes. Obviously, it was fortunate that not many people were killed. There were still some scattered insects. There weren't many of them, and they were too weak. The team of 8 people gathered in groups of 2 to cut off the fish that had escaped the net and search for survivors. After a round of investigation, the result was both good and bad. Many people in Lu Ye's group died, but some of them didn't escape. Those people were slow to react. Before Dai Chi finished shouting, they had already found a place to hide. They were lucky to survive. Chiu Min's mood wasn't light at all. When I killed Lu Yi and the other cultivators, I didn't go easy on them. I didn't hold back at all. After all, they were enemies. It was he who died and not you who died. There wasn't the slightest bit of mercy to speak of. But what Dai Chi's cultivators did was ultimately related to those mortals. After a calamity, there were 700 people in Lu Ye's group who were still alive. It was possible to restore the family's glory. Before this, the best ending was not to live a peaceful life. The battlefield imprint didn't send any messages. Dai Chi looked up to check. After a while, I looked up and said, "Let's go. Minister, this one wants you to return to Grand Sky City and report the details of this incident." That time, we were only here to complete a mission. In the end, so many things happened that we were caught off guard. The insect swarm was related to us, but the extermination of Lu Ye's family was caused by Team D4. An 8th-rank family was destroyed just like that. Whether it was a small matter or a big one, even if Lu Ye's side was the first to act, they still had to give their subordinates an explanation. Chiu Min also wanted to know why Lu Yi did this. With my own strength, I couldn't find any useless clues. I could only rely on the Law Division. Perhaps the Law Division would know something. As for the Misty Cliff insect nest, it was related to us. Naturally, there was no Divine Sea Realm cultivator to deal with it. Saying that, just as she was about to take out a large group of spirit boats, Chiu Min suddenly turned her head to look to the side. In an instant, her hair stood on end. This was because in this direction, under a broken roof, there was an enchanting figure that had disappeared without anyone noticing. No one knew when you came. You seemed to have been standing outside, quietly watching everyone. The man's figure was extremely enchanting, and his clothes were also extremely revealing, causing one's blood to boil. Just by standing outside, his entire body was emitting an extremely seductive aura, causing one to shift their gaze away. Below his face was a mask, allowing one to see his face clearly. But Chiu Min still recognized that man as the one who flew over our heads the night after Ho Yi. Xiang Donglu was also killed by this man. What made Dai Chi even more surprised was that I had seen the mask this man was wearing before. It was this kind of pure white mask with no red or blue ribbons on the right and left cheek. I had interacted with people wearing that kind of mask twice. The first time was in the Cloud River battlefield. When I was being chased, no one was wearing that kind of mask. A man suspected to be in True Lake Realm helped me. A few months later, on my way back to Grand Sky City from Ash Flame Mountain Pass to be promoted, I met a woman wearing that kind of mask. I fought with her and beat her away. That was the 8th time. Although we didn't have much contact, it was impossible to say that those people were in the same group. They belonged to an extremely mysterious organization, so they had no idea why they came to contact me. Chiu Min was very willing to have anything to do with that kind of person. I often wore that kind of mask myself, so I naturally knew the character of that kind of person. Those who hid their head and showed their tail were never good people. The moment the sun and the sun met, Chiu Min's heart skipped a beat, feeling her core. She shouted, "Jog." When she said this, she sprinted over. I was wondering why this man suddenly appeared outside. For you to appear here at that time, it was obvious that you came with good intentions. Chapter 996. Perhaps to silence him? After all, after this woman killed Xiang Donglu the night before, when she flew over the Chen family, Lu Ye's eyes had met hers for a moment. In the midst of the attack, Lu Yi was about to summon the dragon throne when a fragrant wind blew over. Then, the woman appeared in front of him like a ghost. She gently raised her palm and pressed it toward him. At this moment, Lu Ye's hair stood on end. Before he could see what happened, the slender palm pressed against his chest. Lu Ye's body suddenly froze. He felt his spiritual power dissipate, and he couldn't muster any strength at all. The difference was too great. This woman was definitely not an ordinary divine sea realm cultivator. She was even stronger than Lu Yueme, whom Lu Yi had met that day. Xiang Donglu was also in the divine sea realm, but he couldn't even last 30 breaths under this woman's attack. How could her strength be weak? Hu Po, who was crouching on Lu Ye's shoulder, roared. His demonic essence surged as he revealed his true form. He opened his bloody mouth and bit toward the woman. However, the woman just chuckled. Go away. Her voice was soft, causing ripples in people's hearts. With a wave of her hand, Hu Po flew out. Giant Armor and Xiao Xinghe flew out together with him. The two of them reacted extremely quickly. They reacted the moment Lu Yi shouted, but they didn't run. Instead, they rushed over with Lu Yi. Now they were unlucky together. With a clang, flying swords covered the sky and covered the earth. Flying swords were naturally Li Baxian's means. After the flying swords, Feng Yuechan didn't cast any spells. The two of them had been cultivating together since a long time ago, and their hearts were no longer as one. In terms of coordination, even cultivators who were several levels stronger than them would have to deal with it. However, the difference in their cultivation was too small. Facing the flying swords and spells, the man didn't even look at them. He just blew out a heavy breath from his mouth. This breath turned into a pink mist. The flying swords and spells were knocked back into the pink mist, and their power instantly dissipated. Fog pervaded the air, enveloping the area where everyone was, causing everyone to feel dizzy and disoriented. Lai Yejia didn't know when he had reached this man's side, or if he was waiting for him to launch a surprise attack, but he was already enveloped by the pink mist. His figure staggered and revealed himself. A hasty stab didn't pose any threat at all. A bunch of boring big guys. The man's firm voice sounded again. He grabbed Ling Qi's arm and flew into the sky. He left in a flash. Giant Armor and the warriors at the Divine Sea Realm stood up awkwardly, but they were also affected by the pink mist and felt dizzy. After a while, Xiao Xinghe exclaimed, Yes, the captain has been taken away. Your cultivation is the lowest, so your recovery is also the slowest. Although you are affected by the pink mist, this man clearly doesn't have the intention to kill us. He's just giving us a temporary way to move. Wait. Send the message. The Divine Sea Realm warrior gritted his teeth and shouted. Lai Yejia seemed to have woken up from a dream and hurriedly sent out a message. A moment ago, the pink mist dispersed, and everyone sat down to adjust their breathing. They quickly recovered, and when they recalled the scene from before, they were all shocked. Who is this person? Li Baxian asked. Why did you capture eldest junior brother? The Divine Sea Realm warrior shook his head. I know. After a pause, he said, For the time being, eldest junior brother's life isn't in danger. If this man really wanted to kill someone, one of them could escape. The difference in strength was obvious. However, he didn't kill anyone in the group, but just captured Ling Qi and left. He obviously didn't have any ulterior motives. But Lai Yejia was captured. Even if his life wasn't in danger, the situation was still optimistic. Who knew what this man was going to do to Ling Qi? At the same time, in the law department's small hall in Grand Sky City, Qian Yudang received Lai Yejia's message. His expression changed. I just ordered Ling Qi to lead the team back to Grand Sky City to report, but in the blink of an eye, Ling Qi was captured by a mysterious man. What's going on? Too few things happened in the past few days. The Chen family suddenly had this kind of thing happen. Lai Yi led the team to kill all the cultivators, followed by the outbreak of the insect tide on the fog cliff, and now the mysterious man suddenly made a move to capture the spiritual power. All these unforeseen events made it difficult for people to react. Looking at all the changes in the past few days, the Chun family was suspected to be the source. It could even be said that the fog cliff was under the Chun family's jurisdiction. Qian Yudang faintly felt that there was a small, tangible hand pushing something in front of the curtain. The Chun family was just a chess piece placed on the surface. There were many things I could see behind the scenes. After a moment of thought, I immediately sent a message to Tang Yifeng. No matter what, I still had to inform the headmaster that Ling Qi was captured. When the headmaster received the message, he was in the middle of a meeting with the elders. A group of old men and women were making a racket. They were just short of rolling up their sleeves and fighting. The situation was chaotic. Before receiving the message, the headmaster immediately stood up. A moment later, a figure rushed out of Grand Sky City and headed in the direction of the Chen family. At the same time, a strong wind blew in the air and the scenery above quickly changed. Lai Yejia frowned and felt that the situation was becoming more and more confusing. I think I understand why that mysterious man wanted to capture me. I originally thought that he wanted to kill me to silence me, but now it seems too likely. If he really wanted to kill me to silence me, he wouldn't have been able to do it. So he didn't want to kill me. Understanding this, Lai Yejia relaxed. Since he wanted to kill me, my temporary life is in danger. As for why he wanted to capture me, Lai Yejia understood. Lai Yejia could feel that the other party didn't seem to have any intention of winning me over. But if they wanted to win me over, why did they want to capture me? Ling Qi really didn't want to have anything to do with that kind of organization, so when he came into contact with the people of that organization for the 7th time, he was determined to fight with the other party. It was also a way to express his attitude and position. But now, it seems that I had to avoid some things in the end. At this moment, I'm being carried by this man's hand and slowly flying away. I resisted, mainly because I resisted. Just now, this man pressed his palm on my chest, causing the Lu Yi in my body to become chaotic. I still haven't calmed down yet. He can escape, Lai Yejia suddenly said. If they knew that he was captured like that, it might be more bad luck than good luck. But in the surrounding area, the Shaolin cultivators' voices and sleeves were all present. The brigade would definitely know and send out the news. If the law department also knew and took action, without the law department taking the lead, the Leipwei cultivators in the distance would be able to quickly mobilize. Although the mysterious man's strength was weak, if he wanted to take him away in that kind of situation, it would be wishful thinking. So Ling Qi didn't panic at all. What if you escape? The man replied. His voice was still so firm, like a lover whispering in my ear. That's because he's weak. Ling Qi wanted to say something, mainly to gather your energy. How about you make a bet? If you can escape, you cut his tongue. If you escape, we'll die together. How about it? Ling Qi hurriedly shut up. No matter what, I don't have anything good to do. That bet is fine. This man is really vicious. The man chuckled loudly. How did you say something? At that moment, a figure slowly swept over from behind. Before it even got close, it shouted, "Let him go! Reinforcements are here." Ling Qi was delighted. Although he recognized that Lin Yinxiu, if she had received the news and came to intercept this man, he immediately secretly urged his Lai Yejia, waiting for their hands to meet to launch a sneak attack on that vicious woman. He wanted to do something to her. He wanted to give her less trouble and increase his chances of escaping. But who knew that the mysterious man was already on guard against me? Ling Qi had just pushed his Lu Yi when he felt a weak power surge out from the man's palm. The fierce power poured into his body, scattering the Lu Yi he had spent so much effort to condense. With a muffled groan, he urged his Lu Yi again. Facing this intercepting Lin Yinxiu, the mysterious man didn't have any intention of dodging. Just like that, he met her head-on. Their auras and Lu Yi were released, and there was no divine sense surging. Ling Qi couldn't see how the two of them fought. He only knew that the moment the two figures crossed, there was no muffled groan. Then, Lin Yinxiu, who had come to intercept him, fell down. The man's figure only paused for a moment before continuing to rush back. This person was this man's opponent, and the gap between them was very small. If this man was given enough time, he wouldn't even be able to kill this person. Ling Qi's heart went cold. Along the way, there were many Lin Yinxiu who rushed over to intercept the mysterious man. They were all casually dealt with by Yu. This made Ling Qi realize how terrifying this man's strength was. The weaker Yu appeared, the lighter Ling Qi's mood became. Only when a brilliant aura rushed over from the direction of Grand Sky City did Ling Qi's expression turn happy. Because I sensed that the aura belonged to the sect leader. A troublesome fellow has come. The mysterious man clearly sensed that the sect leader was weak. He turned his head and glanced over, his expression serious. Your sect leader is here. Let you go quickly. Otherwise, I'll make sure he dies here, Lai Yi said fiercely. It's Tang Yifeng. The man suddenly realized. I can't afford to offend him. As you said that, your body suddenly fell down. In the distance, the sect leader's eyes were like torches. He shouted gently, Who cares who he is? If he dares to hurt your sect's disciples, I'll tear him to pieces even if he's at the ends of the earth. His voice was supported by Lai Yi and spread hundreds of miles away. His anger burned fiercely. In front of the sect leader, wind and clouds gathered as if a god had descended. The man brought Lai Yi and landed behind a cave. He turned around and looked at the headmaster who came with a weak aura. He bowed and said, Greetings, Elder Tang. This big man is only borrowing his disciple for a period of time. It will definitely be beneficial to me. I ask for Elder Tang's concern. As he said that, he lifted Ling Qi's collar and turned to retreat into the cave. Nearby, when Tang Yifeng saw this scene, his speed slowed down a bit. In the cave, Ling Qi turned his head to look at his surroundings. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, as the leaves around the man surged, complicated patterns lit up in the cave. In the blink of an eye, a small formation was activated. In the area covered by the small formation, the void distorted. Transportation formation. Ling Qi's heart sank to the bottom. Chapter 997. Before the sect leader arrived, he saw the space near the cave suddenly distort and then return to normal. In the perception of his divine sense, the mysterious woman and Lu Ye's aura disappeared without a trace at this moment. Teleportation formation. The sect leader was experienced and knowledgeable and could tell at a glance what had happened in the cave. Clearly, a teleportation formation had been activated. Unwilling to give up, he dove down into the cave. However, there was no trace of Lu Yi. Even the teleportation portal that had been set up here at some point in time had been destroyed. Clearly, they were afraid that someone would use this formation to track their whereabouts. Without stopping, the sect leader quickly walked out of the cave and stood at the entrance with a cold expression. After a moment of thought, he sent a message to Qian Wudong, Find a way to get a tracking plate. This old man wants to use it. Now, if he wanted to track Lu Ye's whereabouts, he could only use the tracking plate. Although it was rare, the Army State Guard would definitely have a stockpile of it. With Qian Wudong's status as the head of the law department and the sect leader's current status as an elder of the elder group, it was naturally no problem to get a tracking plate. When the teleportation formation in the cave was activated, Lu Yi felt his entire body falling into a bottomless abyss, which was extremely uncomfortable. Especially at this moment, the spiritual power in his body was scattered and difficult to condense, which made it even more difficult. He thought to himself that it wasn't that the teleportation formation he had set up had this problem, but that the teleportation formation itself had this flaw. The scale of this teleportation formation was larger than the ones he had set up before, so the teleportation distance must be further. As for how far it could teleport, it was difficult to estimate. This was an opportunity. If he was uncomfortable, the mysterious woman would be uncomfortable as well. Perhaps he could try to sneak attack her the moment the teleportation ended. Thinking of this, Lu Yi hurriedly condensed his scattered spiritual power. Time passed extremely slowly at this moment. Suddenly, the feeling of weightlessness from falling into the bottomless abyss disappeared, and he stepped on something solid. Lu Yi immediately turned his head and saw that the mysterious woman was right beside him. Her body was swaying slightly as if she was drunk. Under their feet, a large formation hummed, and lines of runes bloomed with dazzling light. Lu Yi desperately urged the little bit of spiritual power he had condensed, and the mountain blade was suddenly unsheathed, stabbing straight at the woman's slender neck. The power of this strike was less than half of his usual power, but it was his full power at this moment. The long saber stopped. The tip of the saber was only an inch away from piercing the woman's neck. Under the mask, the mysterious woman's lips curled up slightly as if she was mocking him. 2 jade fingers clamped down on the mountain pan saber, and no matter how much force Lu Yi exerted, she couldn't move an inch. "Little fellow, you're misbehaving. You should be punished," the woman said coquettishly. Her other hand slowly reached out, her thumb and middle finger interlocked, and under Lu Ye's gaze, she gently flicked his forehead. Boom! Lu Yi, on the other hand, felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. His whole body flew to the side of the cliff and slammed into it. Rubble rustled down. Lu Yi maintained his posture and slowly slid down the rock wall. He only felt a buzzing sound in his head and couldn't see anything for a while. After a long while, he slowly came back to his senses and looked up. The mysterious woman's enchanting figure was standing in front of him. She had already taken off her mask, and there was a smile on her face as she looked at him meaningfully. It was undeniable that this woman was extremely charming, and with her enchanting figure, she was definitely a stunner that all men yearned for even in their dreams. But looking at her smile right now, Lu Yi felt as if she were a poisonous snake. Under the woman's gaze, he silently stood up and sheathed the mountain pan saber. Raising his hand, he said, "Let's go." As he spoke, he shook his head. The dizziness still hadn't dissipated. The teleportation formation's influence was one thing, but the other was the fact that he had been flicked in the head. The woman was startled. "Where are we going? Where are you taking me?" asked Lu Yi. The woman stared at him in a daze for a while before smiling. "So you've already accepted your fate. Wasn't that strike just now quite fierce?" Lu Ye's forehead was throbbing. That wasn't an illusion, but rather a large bruise. People have no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. What's the point of being fierce? If I can't beat you, then I can't beat you. The woman's eyes narrowed, emitting a dangerous light. "You're so flexible. I don't think keeping you alive is a wise move. Right now, you must be thinking that it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. What do you want?" Lu Yi frowned. The woman said leisurely, "Maybe it's better to just kill you right here. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago. Why go through so much trouble?" Lu Yi snorted. "Besides, if you really killed me, would you be able to justify it?" As soon as he said that, the smile on the woman's face slowly disappeared. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. As expected, there was someone behind this woman. What he said just now was just a casual test. The way he saw it, that mysterious organization had contacted him twice with the intention of drawing him to their side. Since it was an organization, it wouldn't be the woman who said it alone. Under such circumstances, the woman might have been under someone's orders to kidnap him. But this was just his own guess. After a casual test, he found that it was similar to what he thought. However, such a mysterious organization had the ability to forcibly kidnap him under the watchful eyes of so many spirit sea realm masters. What did they see in him? His cultivation had indeed improved rapidly, but right now, he was only a true Lake Fifth Order cultivator, so what could he accomplish? Or perhaps they really did see his potential and wanted to take advantage of him while he was still a fledgling to control him. Lu Ye's mind was filled with all sorts of distracting thoughts, but before he could react, the woman flicked his forehead again. But this time, the other party obviously didn't use any strength, only lightly flicking his forehead. "Don't be so smart, smart people die early," the woman said meaningfully before turning around and walking out. "Come with me, the Jia family's temple master will definitely catch up, so you'd better not make any unnecessary movements, otherwise I'll tie you up and make you look bad." Lu Yi clutched his head, a look of humiliation on his face as he swore in his heart that sooner or later, he would return these 2 slaps 10 times, 100 times over, so he quickly followed the woman's figure. With the woman's warning, Lu Yi really didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements. What's more, he could clearly perceive that although the woman's back was facing him, there was a wisp of her divine sense lingering around him. If he made any abnormal movements, it would inevitably be noticed by the woman. This place was also a cave with a transmission array that was connected to the previous one. Before leaving, the woman destroyed the transmission array here. Walking out of the cave, she wrapped Lu Yi in her spirit chi and flew up into the air. After flying for a while, she descended again and brought Lu Yi into another cave, where they left through the transmission array here. Along the way, they passed through 4 transmission arrays, and in the end, Lu Yi didn't even know where he was or whether he was still in the War Province. He wanted to investigate his whereabouts, but if he really did so, it would definitely not end well, so he could only give up. Judging from his experience along the way, the other party's operation this time was extremely meticulous, and the several large-scale transmission arrays were the best proof. Lu Yi even had a feeling that the other party's meticulous arrangements were to capture him. With so many transmission arrays, no one could catch up to them. After the last transmission, the mysterious woman destroyed the transmission array as usual and brought Lu Yi to a waterfall. She flew up, passed through the waterfall, and arrived at a karst cave behind the waterfall. "Stay here and don't move," the woman ordered, then she walked to the side and raised her hand to press the void. Lu Yi looked up, not knowing what she was doing, but he soon showed a look of surprise. Because when the woman pressed her hand, a circle of ripples suddenly spread out, and as the ripples spread, the void in front of her gradually began to distort. In less than 10 breaths of time, the distorted void opened an entrance to a passage. The entrance was in the shape of a vortex, and inside it was a void of nothingness, as if it could even swallow one's line of sight. Looking inside, one could see nothing but a dark hole. Secret realm. Lu Yi was shocked. There was an entrance to a secret realm here, and it seemed to be controlled by this mysterious woman. This made him think of the Wushuang continent. There were similar secret realms on the Wushuang continent, 3 of which were controlled by the Human clan and 1 by the Corpse clan. The 3 secret realms of the Human clan had been drifting in the void, and the entrances were erratic, but the entrance to the secret realm of the Corpse clan was fixed in one place. He just didn't expect that there would be a secret realm controlled by someone in the 9 states. "Go in." The woman opened the entrance to the secret realm and turned to Lu Yi. Lu Yi really didn't want to go in. Although his movements were restricted before, he was still in the 9 state. If he acted properly, he could still contact the sect leader or Gan Wudong and ask them to find a way to save him. But if he entered the secret realm, the situation would be completely different. The secret realm was another world, separated from the 9 states, and imprints couldn't be sent out. Lu Yi had been to many secret realms, so he naturally knew this. In other words, once he entered this secret realm, it would be difficult to contact the sect leader and the others. But at this moment, he was on the chopping block, and it was not up to him. Seeing the woman's impatient expression and raising her hand to grab him, Lu Yi decisively stepped toward the entrance of the secret realm. His vision turned dark and then light shone brightly. A fragrant wind lingered around him, and the mysterious woman walked in. Lu Yi looked back and saw a whirlpool at the entrance of the secret realm. Lu Yi thought for a moment and gave up on the idea of rushing back. The mysterious woman turned around and did the same thing as before to close the entrance. Only then did she stretch her body and grumble. "I'm exhausted." Her figure was extremely enchanting to begin with, and these movements caused her curves to seem even more soul-stirring. Lu Yi glared at her fiercely. He reached out and grabbed her breasts, rubbing them. Leather book. Address. Chapter 998. The mysterious woman obviously noticed Lu Ye's gaze, but she didn't care much. She just raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Lu Yi looked past her and saw a man in a black robe standing quietly not far away. He wasn't tall, but he was very sturdy. This person didn't move at all, standing with his hands down. The arrival of the woman and Lu Yi didn't attract much attention from him. He just glanced at them and then lowered his eyes, continuing to stand there quietly. Another divine sea realm cultivator, and an individual cultivator. Lu Yi was slightly shocked. However, this person gave Lu Yi a strange feeling. His expression was dull, and the light in his eyes was dim. He didn't look very smart. Lu Yi didn't know if it was an illusion. On the side, the mysterious woman stretched and then said to Lu Yi, "Let's go." She stepped forward and Lu Yi could only follow. Almost at the same time when the mysterious woman took Lu Yi into this secret realm, somewhere in the military province, Tang Yifeng, who was flying rapidly in the sky, suddenly stopped. He was holding a tracing disc in his hand. The needle of the tracing disc had been pointing in the direction of Lu Yi, but just now, the needle suddenly spun rapidly and showed no signs of stopping at all. If the needle didn't stop, he couldn't accurately track Lu Yi's position. The sect leader frowned and stared at the tracing disc for a moment. He had a guess in his heart. Then he checked his battlefield imprint and found that Lu Yi's imprint was in a state of being uncontactable. He immediately understood that Lu Yi should have entered a sealed secret realm. That was why the tracing disc could track the whereabouts of the spiritual tattoos and why the imprint of the battlefield was in a state of connection. Fortunately, the imprint hadn't dissipated, which meant that Ling Wen's life was not in danger. He was relieved, but there was nothing he could do. On the other side, the people of Ding Si Brigade had also been trying to contact Ling Wen, but they didn't get any response. Until now, they had completely lost contact with Ling Wen. Yi burst into tears, and Feng Yuechan and Lin Yinxiu quickly comforted her. Xiao Xinghe and Li Baxian glanced at each other. Both of them were deeply worried and felt even more powerful. When Jiarong was captured, we were at the side. But when facing a small cultivator like Lu Yueme, all our resistance was futile. We could only watch helplessly as Jiarong was captured. Naturally, our hearts were filled with worry. Right now, the spirit runes know where they are and they are not safe. However, even if we want to save them, we don't have the means to do so. Let's return to Vast Sky City first, and ask the sect master and I to come forward. Xiao Xinghe couldn't make a decision very slowly. In the current situation, the few of us don't have any solutions. The only thing we can do is to ask Qian Yudang and Tang Yifeng to step in. That's why there's no possibility of saving the spirit inscriptions. That person just now was. In the famous secret realm, Ling Wen followed the mysterious man and tried to get some information. He was hoping that the man would say something to him, but the man still said, "He can't call me Dao 18. Dao 18? Ling Wen frowned. What kind of strange name was that? It was definitely just a name. What else could there be? However, the 18 types of women was a serial number. This was something worth thinking about. Without Dao 18, how could he not have Dao 1 or Dao 7? The man didn't want to explain too much to me. While walking to the back, he said, he used to live there. Someone restricted his freedom. He could do whatever he wanted. Do you understand? Ling Wen had a puzzled look on his face. He didn't capture you to imprison you? What enmity! No one wants to see him. The people in front of him. Ling Wen guessed. We'll just have to wait, the man said impatiently. At this moment, he walked to a wooden house by the lake and took a detour. Then, he closed the door with a bang. Only a wisp of fragrance lingered at the tip of my nose. Lingwen stood on the spot and muttered to himself. Then, he quickly turned around and headed to the secret realm's entrance. As expected, the man didn't have any intention of stopping me. Lingwen soon arrived at the entrance. He glanced at Dao 18, who was standing outside like a door god. Open the entrance. You wanna go out? The entrance of a secret realm required some ordinary methods to open. Jiarong naturally knew how to open it. However, since Dao 18 was guarding outside, I knew that too. That person seemed to be too stupid. Lingwen wanted to see if I could let him out. Although the possibility was small, how would he know if he could give it a try? Dao 18 quickly raised his eyes and looked at me with an expressionless face. He said in a hoarse voice, "Warrant." Lingwen didn't have a warrant. He grabbed the warrant at his waist and waved it at Dao 18. Open the entrance. The warrant is a talisman. Dao 18's hoarse voice resounded. Then, he lowered his eyes and stood there like a wooden pillar. The corner of Jiarong's eyes twitched. Looking at his behavior and mannerisms, he didn't seem like a woman at all. Was that fellow a living person? Was he like Master's clone, a creation of Yenshur? But even her master's doppelganger, which was called Big Butterfly, was much more agile than Dao 18. Dao 18 gave Jiarong the impression that he was wooden and stiff. With or without the warrant, there was naturally a way for Dao 18 to open the secret realm. At the very least, he was sure that Dao 18 could really open the secret realm. Lingwen turned to look at the mysterious man's wooden house. Then, he ended his exploration of the secret realm. More than an hour ago, he had figured out the environment outside the Spirit Rune tutorial. It was a huge mystic realm. It was not much different from the sword instrument sex mystic realm that he had visited previously. However, it was only half the size of the sword instrument sex mystic realm. There was no sun or moon shining in the sky in the secret realm. There was no light, so it looked like a cloudy day. The border of the secret realm was empty. Just looking at it gave one a feeling of peace. Jiarong naturally dared to barge in. Who knew that he wouldn't be able to enter? The environment outside was really monotonous. There was only a lake, and around the lake was a sparse forest. There were beasts and birds. The mysterious man retreated and didn't appear in the wooden house. You weren't tired from that trip, so I was resting. Lingwen thought about it and walked to the forest to cut down a few trees. He personally built a wooden house by the lake. Since he had a way to leave, he could only take things as they came. I was also curious about who the person on the man's back was and why he had captured him. He knew that if he stayed outside for a long time, he wouldn't have a place to stay. Lingwen was familiar with building a wooden house and a bamboo house. After all, he had done it many times in the future. In just 2 hours, a 7-story wooden house was built. It was just across the lake from the mysterious man's wooden house. Although the mysterious man didn't show any kindness to me from the beginning to the end, I had to be vigilant. With his cultivation, I had to be careful. Lingwen set up some tactical formations in the distance of his wooden house, mainly for warning and isolation purposes. As for protection, it was necessary. The mysterious man was so weak. If he wanted to do something to me, I couldn't stop him with the protective tactical formations alone. It was better to waste my energy. Over the past few days, Lingwen spent some time walking around in the secret territory. Every time I did that, I could faintly feel a spiritual sense quietly watching me. Obviously, it was the mysterious man who was spying on me. Lingwen thought so too. The famous secret realm was so small, and the mysterious man's cultivation was so low. Unless I hid in my wooden house, I couldn't care less about him. It was the same as being right under the other party's nose. Hiding was just a matter of hiding. Only the wooden house that I didn't set up a tactical formation could be isolated from the man's divine sense. Other than investigating the secret realm, Jia Rong used the rest of her time to stimulate the power of her talent tree and devour the fire spirit stone. When I was captured by Lu Yueme, I felt a sense of crisis. As my cultivation improved, the chances of encountering Lu Yueme became smaller and smaller. If it was someone on my side, it would be fine. But if it was someone in the spirit sea realm or an enemy like the mysterious man, with my current strength, I couldn't resist at all. In fact, the next time Ling Wen was chased by a spirit sea realm cultivator, he still felt a sense of crisis. It was just that without the protection of the sect master, the sense of crisis faded a little. Until now, when the sect master didn't protect me, it was more reliable to count on him. I could beat others, but at least I had to be slow. Only then could I increase my chances of survival. The flying wings Lu Yi alone was enough. Now that I was in the 7th Order True Lake realm, even with the flying wings and windwalk, my speed was still slower than Lu Yueme. This was something that I didn't verify when I was chased by a spirit sea realm cultivator. Therefore, Ling Wen urgently needed a new method, a method to escape from Lu Yueme's pursuit. I didn't have any expectations, but to achieve this, I had to rely on the talent tree. As long as this Lu Yi could be activated under the talent tree, I wouldn't be able to escape from an enemy that I had defeated in the past. I had been thinking about this Lu Yi for a long time. I didn't have many ideas and plans for how to use this Lu Yi, but unfortunately, I didn't activate it. But I was sure that this Lu Yi didn't exist under the talent tree. Jia Rong just didn't know the order. Therefore, I stopped devouring the fire spirit stone and wanted to try my luck. During that time, I didn't activate a new Lu Yi. The main reason was that I activated a Lu Yi the next time, which was enough for me to digest for a while. It wasn't until a few days later that Ling Wen understood the true use of the twin lotus flowers on one stalk. Adhering to the principle of biting off more than you can chew, Ling Wen decided to activate it under the talent tree. Now that the use of the twin lotus flowers on one stalk wasn't clear, it was naturally time to activate a new Lu Yi. I didn't have a small amount of fire spirit stones under me. In the past few months, I had been refining exploding fire spirit stones for the law division. I had obtained quite a few, so activating a few new Lu Yi shouldn't be a problem. As for whether I could get the one I wanted, it all depended on luck. That day, Ling Wen had just returned from patrolling the sealed world. When he passed by the mysterious man's wooden house, the other party opened the window, and a charming face entered my sight. He looked at me with a smile and asked, "He's been staying there all day. What is he looking for?" Chapter 999. "I'm bored, so I'm just taking a walk," Lu Yi said perfunctorily. The mysterious woman naturally wouldn't easily believe his words, but the corners of her mouth revealed a thought-provoking smile. Lu Yi was obviously looking for a way to leave this secret realm. However, there was only one exit and it was guarded by Dao 13. His efforts were destined to be in vain. "Let's exchange imprints," Lu Yi suddenly said. The woman was a bit surprised and looked at him with amusement. "You want to exchange imprints with me? What's the problem? What do you want to do?" The woman looked at him warily. "If you don't want to, then forget it." Lu Yi didn't force her. He turned and left. "Wait." The woman stopped him. She raised her hand and touched her battlefield imprint. A blue light floated toward Lu Yi. Lu Yi was shocked. "You're from the Haotian Alliance." He thought she was from the Demon's Ridge, so she caught him. He didn't expect her to be from the Haotian Alliance. The woman smiled but didn't say anything. She looked mysterious. Lu Yi calmed herself down and said, "How should I address you? Are you trying to find out more about me?" The woman leaned against the window with her arms crossed in front of her chest. She looked a little lazy, but this laziness only added to her charm. Especially when her arms were crossed, her breasts were even more magnificent. Although she said that, she still said her name. "Yu Daiwei." Lu Yi nodded slightly. He turned and walked back to his wooden house. As he walked, he checked his battlefield imprint. There were a lot of imprints in it. They were all exchanged after he stepped on the path of cultivation. These imprints were basically uncontactable. Only the one that belonged to Yu Daiwei could be contacted. Lu Yi wouldn't exchange imprints with a mysterious spirit ocean realm cultivator for no reason. He just wanted to verify one thing. Was this secret realm still within the 9 states? Now, it seemed that this secret realm was within the 9 states. Therefore, Yu Daiwei's imprint could be contacted under the cover of Heaven's secret. However, because the secret realm was separated from the world, there was no way to contact the outside world. This was the same as the secret realm of beasts that Lu Yi experienced. In the secret realm of beasts, Lu Yi could contact Yi. Another day passed, and Lu Yi was in the wooden house, urging the power of the talent tree to absorb the power of the fire spirit stone, when the wooden house's restriction was suddenly triggered. He quickly stopped what he was doing and got up to open the door. Yu Daiwei stood outside the door with a solemn expression. "Come with me, someone wants to see you." Lu Yi raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself that the main character had finally appeared. Previously, he had deduced that there was someone behind Yu Daiwei, and that it was that person who ordered her to capture him. However, these days, other than Dao Shisan, who was guarding the entrance, he and Yu Daiwei were the only 2 people in the secret territory. He guessed that the mastermind must have been delayed by something, so he didn't show up, but the other party would show up sooner or later. Lu Yi really wanted to know why that person ordered Yu Daiwei to capture him here. "Let's go." Lu Yi walked out of the log cabin. Yu Daiwei turned around and led the way. The last time he had followed behind her, she had walked in an enchanting manner, her small waist swaying like a water snake. This time, however, she was much more serious. Her entire charming temperament had been replaced by a quiet and well-behaved aura. Lu Yi realized more and more how powerful the mastermind was. Someone who could make a powerhouse like Yu Daiwei so respectful was naturally not an ordinary person. The mastermind was not far away, sitting on a chair in front of Yu Daiwei's wooden house, fishing with a fishing rod in his hand. When they approached, Yu Daiwei bowed. "My lord, I've brought him." "My lord," Lu Yi frowned slightly. This was not a title that ordinary people could accept. The lord looked ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. If such a person stood in a crowd, Lu Yi wouldn't even look at him. But with Yu Daiwei's respect, Lu Yi knew that this person was not to be underestimated. The lord turned his head to look at him, his eyes as deep as the sea, with a hint of scrutiny. Suddenly, he laughed loudly, looking very carefree. Even Yu Daiwei was confused for a moment. She didn't know why the lord was so happy. Lu Yi was even more confused by his laughter. "Sit." After a while, the High Lord finally stopped smiling and said to Lu Yi, "Brother Lu Yi, please go ahead." There was a chair next to him, obviously prepared for Lu Yi. Lu Yi thought for a moment, then sat down casually. He looked at the fishing float in the lake and said, "There are no fish in this lake." When he first arrived a few days ago, he had investigated this lake. It was a dead lake. Other than the clear water, there were only some weeds and insects. There were no fish at all. The Lord smiled gently. His smile was warm and very infectious. Whether there are fish or not, fishing depends on one's mood. Lu Yi couldn't help but think that there was something wrong with this person's brain, but he couldn't figure out the style of such an expert. The Lord continued, "Besides, just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist." The fishing float suddenly moved. The High Lord raised his hand and a fresh carp was hooked up. Lu Ye's eyes widened a little. He really couldn't understand why. When he went to investigate the lake previously, he didn't see any fish. Where did the carp that the Lord caught come from? After calming himself down, he suddenly said, "Chen Tianxue is one of your people." He had not thought of this before, but when he heard Yu Daiwei address this person as Lord, Lu Yi suddenly recalled the words Chen Tianxue had said before he died. As expected of the person he fancied. Lu Yi didn't hear it clearly at that time, But there were too many suspicious points about the Chen family that day. There were many things that he couldn't understand. However, if Chen Tianxue said before he died, as expected of the person the Lord fancied, then it made sense. The topic changed too quickly. Even someone like the Lord couldn't react in time. However, he admitted it quickly. That's right. Chen Tianxue is my man. Your insight is very sharp. Can you tell me how you found out? I guessed. Lu Yi shook his head and didn't intend to explain. If you want to harm me, why did you capture me? Yu Daiwei helped the Lord take off the hook and put the bait on again. The Lord threw the bait into the water and then said, although Chen Tianxue is my man, the Chen family's matter has nothing to do with me. It was Chen Tianxue who made the decision on his own, so his death isn't regrettable. I've never wanted to harm you. Let me put it this way. If there's one person in the world who doesn't want to harm you, it's me. Lu Yi ignored his words. How could he believe such words that were used to coax a child? Then why did the Lord ask someone to bring me here? The Lord was silent for a while, then suddenly turned to look at Lu Yi. What do you think of the world's situation? The topic changed too quickly. Lu Yi was stunned. He frowned and said, I'm just one of the many living things. I'm just going with the flow. You underestimate yourself too much. The Lord smiled and raised his fishing rod. This time, he caught nothing. The bait on the hook was gone. He put down the fishing rod and didn't have the intention to continue fishing. He said slowly, the world is bustling with activity. The two big camps are fighting against each other. It has been more than 2,000 years since there were records. In such a long time, how many heroes of the 9 prefectures have fallen? How many young talents have failed? How many sects have been annihilated? The number of cultivators who die every year is incalculable. This topic was too heavy. It was so heavy that Lu Yi couldn't interrupt. Moreover, he didn't have the right to comment on this issue. Since the beginning of every cultivator's cultivation, the Grand Heaven Alliance killed the Myriad Devil Ridge, and the Myriad Devil Ridge killed the Grand Heaven Alliance. This concept was deeply ingrained and couldn't be easily shaken. Lu Yi was just one of the cultivators in the 9 prefectures. Naturally, he was not an exception. Not to mention other things, the number of Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators who died in his hands in the past few years was not small. Because of his actions, the Myriad Devil Ridge also hated him to the core. But why does the world have to be like this? Can't it be something else? Lu Yi frowned. Lord, what do you want it to be like? The Lord smiled faintly with a longing expression. Without the Grand Heaven Alliance and the Myriad Devil Ridge, there will naturally be no endless confrontation between the two camps. Mortals can live and work in peace, and cultivators can cultivate steadily. The world will be at peace, without the disturbance of war and without the confrontation between the camps. There will be no conflict. It's a good world, but the Lord is thinking too much. Lu Ye's heart trembled. How big was the Lord's ambition? He actually wanted to unify the 9 prefectures and eliminate the gap between the camps. However, this kind of thing was simply impossible to achieve. The Lord also said that the confrontation between the two camps has been going on for more than 2,000 years. There is a blood feud between the two camps. How can it be easily resolved? It can't be easily resolved, but it doesn't mean that there is no way to resolve it. In the end, it all depends on human effort. Are you thinking that I want to unify the 9 prefectures? The Lord didn't answer but asked instead. Lu Yi didn't feel embarrassed that his thoughts were exposed. Isn't that so? The Lord shook his head. Someone tried to do this a few decades ago. He almost succeeded, but in the end, he still failed. That person is extremely talented. I admit that I am not as good as him. If he couldn't do it, I naturally can't do it either. Lu Yi understood who he was talking about. Other than his senior martial brother, there was no one else. It seems that this lord is related to his senior martial brother. However, that person relied on the Grand Heaven Alliance. In the final battle, the myriad Devil Ridge faced a strong counterattack. It is reasonable that he failed at the last step. Therefore, he wanted to borrow the Grand Heaven Alliance or the myriad Devil Ridge's camp to completely eliminate the other party. It won't work. The hatred between the two camps is as deep as the sea. Who would be willing to be eliminated by the other? The more oppressed, the stronger the counterattack. That person failed because of this reason. However, what if there is another camp in this world? A brand new camp that can accept all the people. Do you think that if such a camp really appears, many people will come to join it? Lu Ye's frown deepened. That will depend on the foundation of this camp. He faintly felt that the Lord's next words were going to be earth-shattering. I want to take all the women in the world into my harem and have fun every night, the Lord said leisurely. Lu Ye's face darkened. He raised his mouth and said, "He shit on you. Just wait to be eliminated." Chapter 1000. That's the point. The High Lord was a little excited. Since it's a new faction, it will naturally be different from Grand Sky Alliance and Myriad Demon Ridge. A new faction will not compete with others. I believe that if this is true, it will definitely attract a large number of cultivators. In this world, there are many cultivators who are tired of the conflict between the two factions. Yu Daiwei stood behind the Great Lord and looked at the excited expression on his face. She was in disbelief. She had followed the High Lord for so many years, but she had never seen such an expression on his face. What was even more unbelievable was that the person who made the High Lord react this way was actually a young man at the Fifth Order True Lake realm. She was well aware of the Great Lord's arrogance. Even the sect masters and sect masters of the top sects in the 9 prefectures might not be regarded highly by the Great Lord. In the eyes of the Great Lord, those so-called sect masters and sect masters were mostly rotten people. But now, seeing the High Lord and Lu Ye talking so happily, as if they were discussing the Tao, how could she not be surprised? She also felt that the High Lord valued this young man even more. But even she didn't know why the High Lord valued Lu Ye so much. There should be. Lu Ye nodded. If such a faction really appeared in this world, it was very likely that it would attract many people to join it. Just as the High Lord said, there were many people who were tired of the conflict between the two factions, but most of the time, they couldn't do anything about it. Most cultivators didn't have any enmity with each other. Just because they were in opposing factions, there was no reason for them to fight. Lu Ye changed the topic and said, "Generously speaking, the Heavenly Secret Merchant Union is such a faction." The High Lord was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "It's the same. The Heavenly Secret Merchant Union is a business, so it can't be confused. We are indeed competing with others, but business doesn't pay attention to harmony and wealth. How can we compete with others?" High Lord wants to create such a faction? Lu Ye understood what I meant. Primal chaos. The High Lord said, "Grand Sky Alliance, Lu Ye, one is yin, one is yang. Yin and yang coexist and harmonize yin and yang. Yin and yang together is primal chaos." So, in the end, the High Lord wants to unify the 4 states. Lu Ye hit the nail on the head. The Lord shook his head. Unifying the 4 prefectures is not your goal. You just want to change the current situation of the 4 prefectures. Lu Ye fell silent. Indeed, it was a good thing that that person didn't have such ambitions. He was sure that he could really do that. This would be beneficial to the 4 states. The conflict between the 2 factions would become history, and very few people would die. However, there were some things that had good intentions, and the process would definitely be so beautiful. Pan Ing could predict that there would be no faction called Chaos that would suddenly rise in that world, and the world of the 4 prefectures would only become more chaotic. If that's the case, why did the High Lord capture you? Lu Ye asked the question in his heart. Even though the High Lord had told me so little, Lu Ye still didn't understand why I wanted to capture him. You need him to help you. The High Lord looked at me with sincerity. Lu Ye and I looked at each other for a moment and then said, "The High Lord thinks too highly of you. You're just a great true lake realm cultivator. How can you help the High Lord achieve such a small goal? You said that he has to think highly of himself. He doesn't have his own power. This is the power you have. The High Lord smiled. As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized disc and handed it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi hesitated for a moment, and then reached out to take it. He looked at it carefully. The disc looked like it was made of stone, and there were many complicated patterns on the surface of the disc. It was dazzling to look at, and if one didn't look at it for a while, it would make one feel dizzy, as if one's mind was being sucked into it. It was obviously a special stone disc, but Pan Ing couldn't tell what it was. While Lu Yi was observing the disc, the High Lord was observing me as well. Since I was a top-tier weakling at such a close distance, Lu Yi was able to conceal even the slightest of reactions. However, the High Lord couldn't help but frown when he saw the disc. That was because there were some things that were quite similar to what I had expected. What is it? Lu Yi asked. He can tell? The High Lord asked. Lu Yi shook his head. The High Lord smiled and didn't explain anything. He took the strange stone disc back from Lu Yi's hand. He has something to do, so he can go back. The topic started abruptly, and we were talking about it just a moment ago. Lu Yi also thought the same. He stood up and walked towards his wooden house. Before I left, Paningrong asked, "High Lord, am I the person he is looking for?" "Why is this so? It's not the right time." The High Lord leaned against the back of the chair and frowned. He didn't seem disappointed. "Then what is the stone disc?" Myriad Devil's Ridge couldn't hold back his curiosity. The High Lord played with the stone disc in his hand, and after a long time, he said, "It's a token to create a new faction." Paningrong's pupils shrank. After following the High Lord for a long time, you naturally know some secrets that only a normal person would know. To create something like a faction, it's very complicated to talk about it, and it also requires a banner. It has to be denied by the heavens. Take the current Grand Sky Alliance and Paningrong as an example. They were both factions that were denied by the heavens. Thus, the battlefield imprints of Grand Sky Alliance's cultivators would be blue, while Lu Yi's would be red. The 4 prefectures were small and shrouded by the heavens. Everything had to go around the mysterious heavens. If they were denied by heaven's secrets, then even if they were to raise the banner of a new faction, they would not be able to last long. If they were denied by heaven's secrets, then they would be able to change the marks on the battlefield. When cultivators from the same faction met, they would be able to quickly determine who was friend or foe. Since there isn't such an item, why did the High Lord use it? Myriad Devil's Ridge asked. The High Lord had been preparing for the new faction. Now that there wasn't such an item, the creation of a new faction was just a snap of the fingers. The High Lord shook his head. You used it, and so did he. Only those who aren't favored by the heavens can use this item. A few decades later, no one was qualified to use this item, but I hid it away because I had too much blood feud to bear. Even if I used this item, I still had a way to win over Lu Yi's people. Dozens of years ago, Yu Daiwei was probably the only one who wasn't qualified to use this item. But judging from my reaction just now, I must have used it. Otherwise, I would have known the use of this item before I got my hands on it. It's not the right time yet. The High Lord sighed in his heart. What should I do? Myriad Devil's Ridge didn't understand why the High Lord wanted him to capture Lu Yi. Obviously, it was for the stone plate. Now that Paningrong had a way to use the stone plate, its value was reduced slightly. If he could kill Lu Yi, it was not the right time yet. Since Lu Yi had a way to use the stone plate, it meant that it was possible in the past. But he couldn't just let him go. You don't have to control me. I will leave by myself. The High Lord stood up quickly as he said that. Myriad Devil's Ridge was shocked. The High Lord thinks I can leave that place? That place is a big secret realm, and the exit is guarded by Dao Shiba. Without the High Lord's or your orders, Dao Shiba won't let you go. How can Paningrong, a true lake realm cultivator, not have a way to leave. Those who are blessed by the heavens can always do things that ordinary people can't. If I have a way to leave, then I'll be the person you're looking for. If I'm the person you're looking for, then I'll die of old age outside. The High Lord walked towards the exit. There is one thing I haven't told Myriad Devil's Ridge. Through close observation, I found that Luya hasn't been enlightened. But Myriad Devil's Ridge reported that Chen Tianxue hadn't enlightened Luya, which is not something that ordinary people can resist. Myriad Devil's Ridge's report can be wrong. In other words, Chen Tianxue did enlighten Luya, but for some reason, it didn't work on Luya. That was also the reason why I smiled so happily when I first met Lu Yi. I needed a Lu Yi who could maintain her original self, a puppet before she was enlightened. Being blessed by the heavens and being able to do things that ordinary people can do, makes me even more certain that Lu Yi isn't the person I'm looking for. After a while, Myriad Devil's Ridge sent the High Lord out of the secret realm. You stood there for a moment and then walked towards Lu Yi's wooden house. A moment ago, Lu Yi opened the door and looked at you with confusion. What is it? Myriad Devil's Ridge pointed at Dao Shiba. In the past, I would follow him without moving an inch, so you must try to escape. Then, you turned to Dao Shiba. If that big brat doesn't try to open the secret realm's exit, kill him immediately. Yes, Dao Shiba replied. The High Lord said that those who are blessed by the heavens can always do things that ordinary people can do. You want to see how Yu Daiwei will leave that secret realm in that situation. If he was still able to escape from this place after being chased like that, that would be too despicable. The corner of Lu Yi's eyes twitched. Is he all right? Myriad Devil's Ridge pursed his lips and smiled. After he spoke so presumptuously, it's best to consider the difference in strength between you and him. Pan Ying immediately put on a serious expression. Why did he do that? To guard against him, of course. Lu Yi didn't think much of it. He's leaving? She looked up at the lake and didn't see the High Lord's figure. He obviously hadn't left yet. Once Myriad Devil's Ridge left, wouldn't Dao Shiba be the only one left? You should ask what you need to ask. If that's the case, let's discuss it. Lu Yi looked at Dao Shiba. You understand why he asked me to keep an eye on you, but you have to move an inch, right? You don't have any privacy. What privacy is there for a prisoner in prison? Pan Yingrong sneered. Pan Ying said angrily, even if he caught you, you're still a human. He's going too far. His High Lord seems to have nothing to ask of you. You should tell on him the last time you saw me. Chapter 1001. Hearing Lu Yi's words, Yu Daiwei thought for a moment, then turned to 13 and said, Don't go into this room. Whenever he shows his face, follow him closely. You must not leave his side. Yes, Dao 13 still responded woodenly. Stay here. Yu Daiwei looked at him mockingly before turning around and walking towards the exit of the sealed world. It seemed that she was really going to leave. Lu Yi stepped forward and followed. Yu Daiwei naturally knew what he meant and didn't stop him. A moment later, the exit of the sealed world opened and Yu Daiwei disappeared. After she disappeared, the exit of the sealed world quickly closed. Lu Yi turned to look at Dao 13, who was standing next to him. He wondered what his chances of killing Dao 13 were if he used Dragon Emperor. Although he didn't know what Dao 13's Divine Sea cultivation level was, he was certain that he was weaker than Yu Daiwei. However, after looking at Dao 13's sturdy body, Lu Yi gave up on his plan. It would be too difficult for him to kill such a Divine Sea cultivator head-on. Even if he was lucky enough to kill Dao 13, it wouldn't be of much help to his plan to escape. In the end, he would still be trapped in this sealed world. However, the Great Lord and Yu Daiwei had left, leaving only Dao 13, who didn't seem very smart. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Before, Yu Daiwei had been in this nameless sealed world, and it was inconvenient for Lu Yi to do many things. But how could he just accept his fate? During the few days I was captured, I did everything I could. As for how to escape from this place, I did not have a clear plan. I thought that I could carry out the plan in a short time, but the opportunity came too late. He walked back to his wooden house with Dao 18 following closely behind. Just as Feng Shuangfei had instructed, they were separated. Lingwen tried to communicate with me, but Dao 18 didn't respond, so he simply gave up. Inside the wooden house, Lingwen sat cross-legged and immersed himself in observing the talent tree. During those few days, I used the power of the talent tree to devour all the fire spirit stones in my hand. Under the tree, not a small amount of leaves were ignited. Among them, a small number of leaves did not bear Yi Jian. Even so, the spirit pattern gained 2 new land leaves. What exactly were those 2 new land leaves? The main reason why I hadn't investigated them was because I didn't have any expectations. I wanted to stimulate fewer land leaves and see if I could get what I wanted. However, the fire spirit stones in his eyes had not been completely consumed, and Feng Shuangfei had also left. Naturally, he could wait for a while longer. He had a vague feeling that the more he wanted something, the more he would be able to get it. Immersing his mind into it, the complicated and simple patterns under the leaves gradually became smaller in his field of vision. Then, a small amount of information flowed into his mind. Fortunately, I've already developed my divine sense, so I don't have much resistance against that kind of mental attack. I only feel a slight pain in my head, and it's fine. Yi Jian quickly understood the profoundness of new leaf construction as the young master's information exploded in his mind. They were of the same breath and branch, sure enough, it was the Lu Yi that he was looking forward to. After carefully comprehending it, Yi Jian was slightly moved. The Lu Yi was not similar to the colorful spirit sea realm. They were both Lu Yi used to borrow power. But compared with the colorful spirit sea realm, it seemed to be more applicable. The colorful spirit sea realm was only used under 2 people, so that they could borrow each other's physical body. The same breath and branch was also borrowing power, but it was not limited to 2 people. No one within the range of the Lu Yi could borrow power from each other. As for the effect of borrowing power, it was hard to tell whether Yi Jian had tried it or not. In comparison, the 2 Lu Yi Jians had no advantages and disadvantages, and the same breath and branch was more suitable to be used to form a formation. It was very easy for cultivators of the same level to form a formation. Everyone's breath, cultivation, and temperament were the same, and they were all the resistance to forming a formation. Only those cultivators who got along with each other day and night, who had a close relationship with each other, or who had cooperated with each other for a long time, didn't have the opportunity to form a formation. Once the formation was formed, the cultivators' breaths were closely connected, and they could often exert power far beyond that of an individual. Therefore, from that point of view, the same breath and branch was not simply borrowing power, but combining the power of the cultivators of the same level, so that the cultivators could exert power beyond their own. That was a wrong Lu Yi, but it was of little use for the situation of the Eye of Spiritual Tattoos. I checked out the other Lu Yi. That was a divine tattoo that could only be activated by divine will. The moment spirit tattoos activated, he thought of his other divine tattoo, charm. The 2 clearly had little in common. When I was in Tianyuan City's secret realm, I used the charm divine tattoo to control an army of Zergs and killed them all. I gained a small amount of merit and exchanged it for a small amount of soul-cleansing water. However, the charm divine tattoo was more like bewitchment. Because of the charm divine tattoo, the highly intelligent Zergs disobeyed my orders. In comparison, the soul control divine tattoo was more effective. It was absolute control of the soul. One was bewitchment and deceit, while the other was enslavement. Naturally, they were the same. That Yi Jian, spirit tattoo's eyes lit up. He stood up and pushed open the door of the wooden house. Dao 18 stood there like a wooden stake. His sturdy body looked loose, but it contained a shocking amount of explosive power. Raise your head, spirit tattoos instructed. Dao 18 acted as if he heard her. Spirit Tattoos had no choice but to activate the Soul Control Divine Tattoo on Dao 18. After several encounters, Spirit Tattoos realized that Dao 18's intelligence was flawless. I was indeed weak, but how could I be so smart? Therefore, Spirit Tattoos wanted to try using the Soul Control Divine Tattoo on Dao 18. If I succeeded, I would be able to control Dao 18. At that time, I would be able to open the entrance of the secret realm and leave. Above the surging divine thoughts, Ling Wen could clearly feel that there was no small resistance hindering his divine thoughts from behind. It seemed to be a barrier that could be seen by the naked eye. This was Dao 18's sole defense. Although that guy was smart, he was still Yu Daiwei. How could it be so difficult to break through his sole defense? On the other hand, Spirit Tattoo's head buzzed. He felt as if he had bumped into an iron wall and felt dizzy. It was also a battle of souls, but it was obvious that Dao 18 was stronger. Shaking his head, Spirit Tattoo's vision quickly recovered. He saw that Dao 18 was looking at him with a frown. He didn't seem angry at all. Spirit Tattoos calmed down a little and activated the Soul Control Divine Tattoo again. With a bang, the feeling of bumping into an iron wall came again. Spirit Tattoo's body staggered, and his reaction was even smaller than before. Fortunately, Spirit Tattoos didn't feel thirsty. Instead, he felt nauseous, which was a sign that he had used too much energy. Simply activating the Soul Control Divine Tattoo wouldn't cause such a small reaction. However, Spirit Tattoos suffered a huge backlash because he was able to break through Dao 18's soul defense. He hurriedly took out a drop of soul cleansing water and drank it. Only then did he recover. Looking up, Spirit Tattoos saw that Dao 18 was even angrier. His fists were clenched, and cracking sounds could be heard from his knuckles. His eyes were like copper bells, and cold air was coming out of his nostrils. He looked like he was about to beat someone up. The corner of Spirit Tattoo's eyes twitched. He couldn't help but feel guilty. He felt as if he was bullying an honest person. Hardening his heart, he used the Soul Control Divine Tattoo on Dao 18 for the 8th time. As the saying goes, things can be done 8 times. If it was effective again, there would be a chance. Yi Jianxian wasn't mentally prepared for this. Although I was lucky enough to give birth to a divine sense and a soul body, I was still the real Yi Jianxian. At the true lake realm, my soul was weak. However, to the real Yu Daiwei, it was nothing. It was very difficult for her to break through Dao 18's soul defense. Another violent collision occurred, and Spirit Tattoos felt dizzy again. In his vision, there didn't seem to be a single fist that was slowing down. Soon after, he fell to the ground. After a while, Spirit Tattoos slowly woke up. After drinking a drop of soul-cleansing water, he felt a lot better. However, in the deity's lake, he had used up a lot of his divine sense. I quickly climbed up from the ground and shook my head. I felt that something wasn't right. Raising my hand, I wiped my nose and mouth. My hand was covered in blood. The memories after I fainted came back. I raised my head and stared at Dao 18 in rage. He punched you. Then, my soul shook and I saw a fist slowly shrinking in my vision. Only now did I realize that I had been punched by Dao 18. Dao 18 held his head high and moved. Although I was quick-witted, I knew that I had done the right thing. The main thing was that I had restrained myself for a moment, which was my body's instinctive reaction. Spirit Tattoos was even more furious. His master told him to monitor you. Who told him to punch you? As he said that, he kicked Dao 18's chest. Dao 18's body shook, but he was calm. On the other hand, Spirit Tattoos' expression changed. He quickly retracted the leg that he had kicked out. One could see that his thigh was trembling. That fellow's body was really special. That kick didn't affect me at all. On the other hand, Spirit Tattoo's leg wasn't numb at all. After being kicked, Dao 18's body shrank. I didn't have a hunched body, but now I looked even hunchier. It was as if I had done something wrong. Have you ever done that before? Spirit Tattoos glared at me and closed the door. He squatted down and rubbed his thigh that wasn't cramping. I was sure that soul control didn't work on Tao 18. At the very least, once my soul power surpassed Tao 18's, it wouldn't work. I had a way to break through Tao 18's soul defense, so how could he control me? In the wooden house, Spirit Tattoos recovered for a while and activated the split shadow leaf. After a while, a split image formed from my own spirit energy and blood energy. I then used the twin lotus flowers on one stalk on the split image. The roots of the talent tree retreated into the shadow, and it slowly became real. Very slowly, a shadow that was 70% the size of the main body appeared. Chapter 1002. In the wooden house, Lu Yi condensed his doppelganger, took out his clothes, and threw them to the doppelganger to wear them. After checking carefully and making sure that there was nothing wrong, he constructed the concealment and aura concealment spirit runes to enhance himself and disappeared. The doppelganger pushed open the door. Tao 13, who was standing outside, looked up immediately. The clone ignored him and flew off into the distance. Tao 13 followed closely behind like a shadow. It was not until the doppelganger brought Tao 13 to the border of the nameless secret realm that Lu Ye's real body began to move. He sneaked out of the wooden house and went straight to the entrance. The entrance was some distance away from the lake. As long as he was careful enough, Tao 13 would not notice. When he arrived at the entrance, Lu Ye's real body appeared. Like Yu Daiwei, he pressed his hand to the void and activated his spiritual power. Strictly speaking, the opening of the secret realm's entrance was the same as the opening of the storage bag's restriction lock. If the secret realm was regarded as a storage bag, then the secret realm's entrance would be the restriction lock. However, the restriction lock at the entrance of the secret realm was much more complicated than the restriction lock of the storage bag. Lu Yi had a lot of experience in opening restriction lock. After all, he had practiced it before. Given some time, he was confident that he could open the secret realm's entrance. However, after a few attempts, Lu Yi gave up. If he continued like this, his spiritual power would be too obvious. Tao 13 might notice him. After all, the secret realm was not big and Tao 13 was in the Divine Sea realm. If Tao 13 noticed him, the doppelganger's secret would be exposed. Tao 13 would follow Yu Daiwei's orders and kill him. Setting up a concealment array formation here was one way, but Lu Yi couldn't guarantee that Yu Daiwei or that High Lord wouldn't come in while he was doing this. If Yu Daiwei or that High Lord came in and was caught red-handed, then things would become awkward. The risk was too great. This method would not work. Since that was the case, there was only one way left to escape from this place, and it was also the only way. Yu Daiwei felt that with Lu Ye's ability and Tao 13's tight defense, there was no way he could leave the secret realm. However, it was not difficult for Lu Yi to leave. It would just take some time. His real body returned to the wooden house and continued to hide. The avatar brought Tao 13 to the entrance and sat down cross-legged. Increasing the distance between the main body and the doppelganger would reduce the chances of Tao Shisan discovering the main body. After making sure that Tao 13's attention was on his doppelganger, he left the wooden house and flew in a certain direction. It didn't take long for them to reach their destination. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. First, he set up some concealment formations in this area. Then, he rummaged through his storage space. Soon, he found a pick-shaped spirit tool. Digging. With the concealment of the array and the distance between them and Tao Shisan, Lu Yi was not worried that he would be exposed. He went all out. His efficiency was still very high. In a short while, he had dug out a large hole and went all the way down. For the next 2 days, Lu Yi was busy here, directly digging out a hole that was more than 100 feet deep. With the last strike, something seemed to have been dug through, and rich world energy suddenly escaped, wrapping around the place where Lu Yi was. Lu Yi was overjoyed, knowing that he had found the spirit vein of this mystic realm. This was the key to leaving this place. With his previous experience on the Wushuang continent, Lu Yi naturally knew that small mystic realms separated from the great world relied on spirit veins or earth veins. Only then could the mystic realm be maintained for a long time. Back then, he had planted the divine pillars in several mystic realms on the Wushuang continent. The divine pillars had drained the earth veins of those mystic realms, causing the doors of those mystic realms to be exposed. It was the same in the sword instrument sect's mystic realm. The earth lung fire was what maintained the sword instrument sect's mystic realm. Back then, he had spent 2 months activating the power of the talent tree to continuously absorb the earth lung fire, causing the sword instrument sect's mystic realm to completely collapse. With all these experiences, Lu Yi naturally knew that once the spirit vein of this mystic realm weakened to a critical point, the mystic realm would no longer be able to maintain itself. Therefore, in order to leave this mystic realm, he didn't actually need to open the door. He only needed to find a way to absorb the power of the spirit vein that the mystic realm relied on to quickly dry up the spirit vein. This method would definitely take a long time, but the advantage was that it was safe and covert. Previously, during the few days that Yu Daiwei was here, Lu Yi would spend some time walking around and looking around every day. However, it wasn't as simple as just walking around and looking around. He was just looking for the intersection of the spirit vein. According to his divine telekinesis, this was the place where the spirit vein was the shallowest, so he chose to dig a hole here. Now that the spirit vein had appeared, what he had to do was very simple. He just had to activate the power of the talent tree and absorb the power of the spirit vein. It would take some time, but this was his only way out at the moment. He wasn't in a hurry to activate the power of the talent tree. He flew out of the hole and checked the formation layout around him. After confirming that the concealment formation was working well, he wouldn't be exposed as long as he didn't deliberately come here to investigate. Only then did he fly back to the bottom of the hole and sit down cross-legged. He activated the power of the talent tree. In an instant, roots that were invisible to the naked eye extended and probed in all directions. As his cultivation base increased, the range that the talent tree's roots could extend had obviously increased. In other words, the efficiency of the talent tree's absorption had also increased. The roots pierced into the spirit vein. Following Lu Ye's actions, the talent tree's roots emitted an irresistible devouring power and absorbed the power of the spirit vein. As he immersed himself in observing, a faint gray mist floated up from the talent tree. This was clearly a sign that the talent tree was burning impurities. Although the power in the spirit vein was vigorous, it wasn't pure. This couldn't be compared to cultivating with the spirit stick. Every time he used the spirit sticks to cultivate, the talent tree basically didn't have much of a reaction. This was enough to show the purity of the spiritual power absorbed. However, under this kind of absorption, the talent tree's burning could also ensure the purity of his spiritual power. He silently activated his mysterious art and guarded his mind. This method was undoubtedly extremely boring, but other than this, Lu Yi couldn't find a better way to escape. At the entrance, his clone was also sitting cross-legged, looking bored. Dao Shisan stood beside him like a wooden stake, motionless. If it weren't for his light breathing, anyone would have thought that he was a dead person. Days passed by. The secret realm was peaceful. At a certain moment, the entrance to the secret realm opened and Yu Daiwei's figure flashed in. At a glance, she saw Lu Yi sitting there, seemingly cultivating. She couldn't help but frown. "What the hell are you doing?" These days, she would come to the secret realm every 10 days to half a month, mainly to check if there was anything unusual with Lu Yi. Every time she came, Lu Yi would be sitting cross-legged at the entrance. She didn't think that Lu Yi had resigned himself to fate. After all, the Lord had said that Lu Yi definitely had a way to leave this secret realm. However, he could leave just by meditating. Yu Daiwei faintly felt that the Lord had misjudged him this time. The clone opened his eyes and glanced at Yu Daiwei, then continued to sit with his eyes closed as if he didn't see her. Yu Daiwei didn't get a response, but she didn't care. She turned to Dao Shi-san and said, "Look after him." Then, she turned and left. She never stayed here mainly because the Lord wasn't here. There was no point for her to stay here. Moreover, she had many things to do, so she didn't have the time to stay here. If it weren't for investigating Lu Ye's situation, she wouldn't have come to this secret realm so easily. After she left, the main body breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had arranged a concealment array, and Yu Daiwei might not be able to find any clues even if she entered the secret realm to investigate, there was always a possibility. Fortunately, Yu Daiwei didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who could display such a miraculous clone technique that even a spirit sea cultivator like her couldn't see through. Since she saw Lu Yi sitting quietly at the entrance, there was no need to investigate further. In the pit more than 1,000 meters underground, Lu Yi continued to stimulate the power of his talent tree to devour the power of the spirit vein. It had been more than a month since he fell into this place. During such a long time, the talent tree had been constantly devouring and absorbing power, which was equivalent to him maintaining a state of cultivation. Lu Yi had never cultivated for such a long time before. So, even if the efficiency of his cultivation wasn't as high as Thieving Heaven's secrets, it still allowed him to break through a minor realm and reach the 6th-order True Lake realm. However, the power of the spirit vein was still abundant. If he wanted it to reach that critical point, he didn't know how long it would take. During this time, Lu Yi had thought of a way to increase the efficiency of absorbing the power of the spirit vein. That was to condense another clone and have it help him devour the spirit vein. The clone had all the abilities of the main body, so it could naturally cultivate. Lu Yi had also tested this a few days ago, but the only problem was that the clone didn't have enough talent tree fuel, so once it began cultivating, it would find it difficult to maintain the purity of its own spirit chi because the clone couldn't burn off the minute impurities in its spirit chi. The main body was different. The main body had a lot of talent tree fuel stored in it. Not to mention anything else, just the 2 months of earth lung fire he had devoured in the sword instrument sect's sealed world was quite impressive. That was why Lu Yi could now devour the power of the spirit vein without any fear of affecting his foundation. But this wasn't a big problem. The clone would eventually be devoured by the main body, and at that time, the power in the clone's body would also be tempered and purified. As long as he could successfully condense another clone, the efficiency would increase exponentially. If he could condense 2 clones, the efficiency would double again. But after some attempts, Lu Yi didn't succeed.